Hello. We're Minecrafting today. Or I should say, we are crafting today because this is a Skyblock pack, so we will not be mining. There will be no mining occurring. This is all the mods 10 to the sky. I have already played through, not in this save file, we'll go through it together, but just like getting a feel for how this is laid out as far as Skyblock packs go. I've played through most of this first chapter, and we should be able to knock it out in like an hour or two and start to get into, as the pact so aptly calls it, the cool parts. We should be able to get into some real automation pretty quickly. So that's going to be the goal today, is to get into some proper automation, and we're just going to see how far we can get. So, Skyblock GUI, create a team. And there's a bunch of options for our starter place. I don't want to go with one of the ones that's like a ton of land built up for us, because that, I mean, it doesn't totally defeat the purpose of a skyblock, but it defeats a lot of the purpose of a skyblock. This is too minimal. So really, I think we're between default and pig. And when I say default and pig, I really mean, obviously, I'm going with the pig. How could I not? I think the only problem with the pig is that it is on an even center, and I usually like to think of builds in, like, odd centers. We'll deal with that later. All right, we're in. First things first, well, a couple things first. Let's clean up the ground. I'm not worried about doing that, because we can always bone meal it again later. And then inside of our pig, we do have just a little bit of a starting... It feels like a control room, because it's in the pig's head. But we can get rid of all of these things that we don't need right away. I shouldn't be running around until I have a little bit of food. Alright, let's start the usual skyblock things. If we look at the quest, we do get some steak and some torches. We get a little bit of dirt here. I don't want to claim too many of the rewards right away, because my inventory is going to become a disaster. So we're going to try to only claim, like, the things that we need. Okay. So, if you haven't seen a sort of relatively modern Minecraft skyblock, they're pretty much all based on... Hey, Kobo Bear! We got a skyblock going on. What was I saying? Pretty much all modern skyblock packs are based on Ex Deorum to some extent. They all kind of have their own variation and twist on it, but this is going to be the sort of core of what we're doing for very early game resource generation. Obviously, with this being in all the mods pack, we're pretty quickly going to get into other ways of doing resource generation. I don't think we have productive bees in this. I think they pulled it out of the skyblock. Oh no, we do. We have bees. Why didn't I see them in here? Oh, there it is. They're just not in alphabetical order. So yeah, we do have productive bees, which are certainly a decent mid-game generation option for a lot of things. I was flipping through the quest book, and, like, they nerfed mystical agriculture hard. So we do not get to just grow everything as plants. We're going to have to spend a little bit of time getting into other generation, which is good, because it's really easy to just default to mystical agriculture. and but the thing that the quest book pushes you through to, which I have never used before, is Geors. So I don't know if we'll get to that today or not, but that's what I'm interested in playing with in this pack, is figuring out Geors. Anyway, Ex Deorum. Crouch, right click, you get pebbles. Press and hold, you get more pebbles. Change your key bindings. It's not called interact. What's it called? Use item or place block. Change your key bindings. Did I not just set that to F16? Use item, place block, F16. I swear I tested this before and it worked. Well, alright, we're not doing that then. Oh, because I've got a pebble in my hand. You have to have an empty hand for Ex Deorum. Now let's try setting our key. And we should get key repeat. There it goes. And we could just sit here and get a bunch of pebbles. That rocks. Oh. Oh. Where's my ban hammer? You can punish you by stoning. Oh boy. Anyway, I'm gonna switch this back to my right mouse button because this is the interact button. If you press and hold the mouse button, it is just a little bit slower than the auto key repeat. You can click as fast as you can, and it'll, you know, it's relying on the key repeat to basically be constantly clicking. And unfortunately, my keyboard has basic macros, but it won't do, like, auto-fire macros. It'll only do sequential macros, so I couldn't set up my keyboard to macro the right mouse button. With a bunch of pebbles, we can compress those into cobblestone. And I don't know what mod does it, but if you press Shift-K, it compresses everything. So we have a bunch of different stones. And we will want to make a stone hammer and then gravel, and then we're going to sieve the gravel. But of course, the other half of Skyblocks, we've got trees to punch. We do at least have ultimine, so we have vein mining. And we have twerk for trees. All of the usual Skyblock quality of life things. Fascinating to a non-modded player to GTNH, yeah. Well, and this pack is 1.21, so it's significantly newer than GTNH as well. The sort of mod ecosystem has evolved a lot since then. But twerk for trees is always a really great addition to any Skyblock pack. It saves a lot of time. for it. It is a 10 out of 10 name. Here, we should I think with the modern version of it, just like running around near the tree, maybe not in this pack. Okay. In some packs, it's also set up so that just running does it, so you can just like dance in a circle. This one requires hitting the shift key. Clap, 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 a description and a reaction. Excellent. All right. Is that enough wood for now? That's probably enough wood for now. It's getting dark, which is super exciting. So let's try to make some progress and get some string. The silkworms are another thing that is just kind of part of Ex Deorum. Oh, crafting table on a stick in the quest book, which goes right into a bauble slot. And I already have a key bound for it. Gonna work while you get some work done? All right. Thanks for joining. Hope your work day goes well. Why did I just make oak planks? I was literally about to make a crafting table in my crafting table on a stick. I was on, like, beginning of Minecraft autopilot. No, the thing we need to make is a crook. This is, again, for anyone familiar with modern Skyblocks, just standard Ex Deorum stuff. And then we vein mine our leaves, and we got a silkworm first try. I should also make, because we're going to be chopping down a lot of trees, let's just make a cobblestone axe. Save ourselves a few seconds on each iteration. And then we can plop the silkworm in the leaves, and this is going to start making string for us from silkworms in our trees. Oh, night 0 is always a full moon, isn't it? So we get the aurora. I love complementary shaders. That's so pretty. Sorry, distracted. Let's, while we're waiting for the silkworm to do its thing in the tree, let's start making progress on this half of the quest down to, flint and compressed blocks. So, to work with Ex Deorum, you use hammers. And then you use that hammer to crush your cobblestone into gravel. And then the compressed blocks, I believe, are not a stock Ex Deorum thing. Maybe they are, but they're also pretty common in different variations of modern Skyblocks. So if you grab that, and we also need to make... I need to clear up my inventory, is what I need to do. This is going to be a consistent problem until we get leather and I can make myself a backpack. But if we make ourselves another... I need some more sticks even. Okay. I don't know if this works with the one that I've already used some durability on or not. We'll find out in a second. It does. Okay. So to convert the compressed gravel down into compressed sand, we need a compressed hammer. And we can then get the sand, and we'll uncompress that for the sand quest to be happy. And then I'm going to recompress it. Shift K works on that as well, by the way. Turn it down to dust, which does not compress because it's sort of the final product. So that's got pretty happy all the way down. I'm going to leave some of this as sand. To get a bunch of... So we have two options for flint here. Obviously, we can get it the normal way, but we can also get it from the sieves. From sieving sand or sieving gravel. For gravel, it's a 20% chance. For sand, it's a 20% chance. Okay. So I guess in that case, it's probably worth just setting up the sieves, because we also get other byproducts instead of sitting around trying to convert gravel into flint. So let's do the sieves first with string meshes. So we have our string from our silkworms. And we can go ahead and 9 of that makes a mesh. And for a oak sieve, we need... And I know I'm moving quickly because, again, this is all kind of standard Ex Deorum stuff. And I want to get to the more interesting mods. We can make a sieve here. And we'll do this inside because the sieves generate their loot in, like, the world around you. This gives us 3 more in the quest book. We'll set those up as well. When these are next to each other like this, they all function as a single, like, unit. So if I take my sand, you can see that it fills up all 4 of them. And as I sieve, we're getting items. And we got a little bit of flint. We get more as a reward. Again, I'm trying to be careful with what I claim rewards-wise, because our inventory situation is already a situation. Let's do a bit more sand, and let's see if we can get a little bit more flint. $32 flint. Okay. And then when we upgrade to the flint mesh... Oh, they give us 4 more. So yeah, we can upgrade to flint meshes. Shift right click with an empty hand. And because I was just testing this mod pack earlier, there's 4 there. We get 4 from the quest. It's 8. Let's go up to a 3x3 sieve. So we'll do 1 more set of string. 9. There we go. Oh, and I need to make 5 more sieves. Yeah. Whoops. Where's my axe? With all of that, I do want to make sure... Did I put in a new tree and get this going? I did not. Do I have... I don't have saplings on me. Let me grab a sapling. And I want to get a tree going with silkworm on it again. I could probably actually do 2. Do they actually connect? Maybe. I don't know if it connects across diagonals like that. We'll find out if it can spread. We got like the biggest possible tree and the smallest possible tree right next to each other. I have no idea how that's going to work as far as, yeah, that might not spread to this tree, unfortunately. All right. Well, while we're waiting for that, let's work on... Oh, actually, I can fix it. I can fix it with the flint shears. We make flint shears... And then we can go ahead and grab a leaf block, and we should be able to put that leaf block, like... Whoops, that was fast. Oh, it is working. Never mind. Cool. It works. We get some leaves back from that quest, so I just put back the other ones. And we'll use leaves to make water in, crucibles. Obviously, we'll get better water generation long term, you know, like just making a source block and hooking a create pump up to it. But crucibles are our early water, and we have plenty of leaves for those. I'm going to let these guys finish stringificating, and we'll get a couple of crucibles done, and while we're making things, we should also start on this side of the world and get a couple of barrels going. So the crucible is just a slab at the bottom and some logs. And the barrel is the same, but with planks. Okay. And the quest book gives us a bunch more of these. This quest book is pretty good about pushing you through the grindy phase. Again, I'm trying to take just the quest rewards that we need, but there we go. So with oak leaves in the crucibles, we can start converting them into water. Throw dirt into a sieve to get items. And the way we make dirt right now, by the way, is throwing organics into these oak barrels, which isn't like... Okay, so it's eight leaves does the trick. Or I guess probably 8 saplings. Do we have some dirt in here already? No. Let's just get our inventory cleared out. But this mentions to get grass seeds, but we also get from sieving dirt a bunch of other stuff. If we look up the sieving here, we get grass seeds, flax seeds. They mention mycelium spores, which we also care about. Obviously, right now, we also just do have grass. So, like, I remember playing Minecraft before there was Silk Touch, so I am totally comfortable just building a bridge of dirt to get grass where I want it. But we have grass seeds in this pack, so we'll rely on those. I don't know if I want to do that just now, do that part of the quest, because it does It's just a lot of stuff that's going to end up in my inventory. Let's just do it. Bite the bullet. All right, we got grass seeds and mycelium spores. Excellent. And yeah, as expected, the inventory is becoming a problem. So let's grab a couple more chests. Let's just put like all the seeds and biological stuff in a chest. Let's grab all of the stones and put them in a chest. We're going to try to get... We're going to organize as we go, right? Like, as we get enough stuff that it deserves its own chest, it gets its own chest. Eventually, we want this on its own storage system, and we will do that as soon as possible, but... All right, more grass seeds, more mycelium spores, and some dirt. Okay. Do I want to set up... I'm not going to set up the witch water yet. I think these go in here. I don't know. Dust and gravel are processed down from the stuff that goes in here, but do they themselves go in here? Unknown. Unclear. Before we can do clay, we need water into a barrel, and that means we need a bucket. Well, I could also just put a barrel outside and wait for it to rain, but let's make a bucket. For a bucket, we want metal, and we get metals by sieving gravel. Again, kind of all semi-standard stuff for modern Skyblocks. So we will compress a bunch of cobblestone down, grab our hammer. We'll double compress some cobblestone. Yeah, we'll double compress that cobblestone. And before I do this, let's actually get another chest, because we are about to have another inventory situation. Anything end up down in the pig's legs? No, no, we're good? We're good. So the quest explains that 4 chunks go into 1 raw ore block, and you can use K, just like I've been using for all the stone. So, what did I just hit? Oh, I need to unbind that. Let's see. No, no, no. Done, done, done. We can't make all of these yet into blocks, but we can do a bunch of them. Plus, this quest gives us a little bit more iron and copper. And immediately after this, it has this easy ore duping quest, and I do want to do this too. We'll make an integrated dynamics squeezer because it's easy, well, quote unquote easy. We need 10 iron. And then this copper ore hammer needs 18 copper. Getting the 18 copper out of 5 ore, probably yes, because they do drop multiples. And then once we have the ore hammer, we do have enough iron to do it here. Do I have some cobblestone still, or did I use it all up? I do still have cobblestone. We might have to go grab a bunch more pebbles and 16. Yep, okay. So we're going to want to grab a bunch more pebbles. But let's put all of the, like, raw ores in here. And maybe the more useful things up here. Flint. Grab the flint too. Throw that in there. Oh, and what I should also do is make another crook and collect all that string that we made. Because that's, there's a lot of string up there. We had a big tree. And this might be the last time in, like, a long time that we're actually going to have to make any string. Well, we will see, but hopefully we'll start to get better processing methods. Like, we have some flax seeds, so we should be able to set those up pretty straightforwardly. Oh, missed some stone pebbles. Ooh. That's a lot of stone pebbles. Maybe we don't actually have to go back and... I'm making a bed so that we don't have to deal with it being nighttime all the time. Where was I? Oh, right. We have some more stone. The sooner we move away from this processing, obviously, the better. I'm hoping that we got enough copper out of that, but probably not. No. Unfortunately, no. We need 2 more copper ore chunks. Okay. So we are going to have to go spam right-click for a little while and collect a bunch more pebbles. So I am going to go ahead and... Ooh, I missed a silkworm. Let's reset that keybind again. To F6... Not to left control, to F16. And then I just crouch, and I hold down my F16 key, which is right next to my shift key. My keyboard is weird. And we'll just let this accumulate a pile of debris that would make most server admins cry. Yeah, there we go. Let's grab, oh, this is why I don't like changing that keybind. I'm hitting here, sitting here hitting right click, and it's not going to work. Oh, in my inventory still. So hopefully now, with some... This should get us the copper and iron that we need to be able to start making progress on getting basic ore duping. And once we have the ore duping, at least from my quick testing, well, we'll pull it up in EMI, or not EMI, JEI in a second. If we look at like raw iron, and we check that in the squeezer, where's the recipe? Oh, right, because it's from the iron ore block in the squeezer, and it makes raw iron. I was looking backwards. So, like, this makes 2 with a 75% chance of a third one. So it's a guaranteed dupe. I mean, 2 and 3/4 per one, right? And then when we crush those with an ore hammer, we get 2 dusts. So every 4 of these ore chunks that becomes an ore block gives us 5.5 ore. And when I say it that way, I'm like, oh, that's basically just 1-to-1. But it does make up for the having to compress them down at least. So now we should have enough copper. Yeah, we have enough copper. I better get 2 out of this. There we go. Perfect. Make tiny coal, another common modern Monpack convenience. We're going to let that copper smelt down. I want to make, like I said, I want to make this copper ore hammer. And then we'll use the copper ore hammer to dupe our iron. And we can make the block of iron and the iron ingot for this mechanical squeezer. And we'll set up the basic, not really automated squeezer automation that everybody likes to set up because it's fun. And fun is the most important part. We also do have some nickel ore. Okay. So we could make an Invar ore hammer. We don't have platinum yet. What does it take to get platinum? I'm assuming we just have to upgrade our meshes. Oh, we have to use deep slate, and we can get it even with a flint. Okay, maybe I should have gone... Well, no, we'll still dupe it with the copper, but let's go for that while we're waiting. Like, we have some deep slate. Oh, I can't use the compressed hammer on the uncompressed deep slate. Okay, fine. But if we can get some platinum, then I think the platinum ore hammer has the most durability. And I don't have another use for platinum right now. Yeah, we only got 2 chunks. Okay. Not good enough. Calcite, basalt, and tough as well. Interesting. 2 of those are new. What I will probably want to do with this, as long as sifting is still our main method of generation, is we can set up, and I'm assuming this is going to work. Yeah, here it is. The compacting upgrade for sophisticated storage. Compacts items into their compressed variants, only 2x2 recipes. Is that different than a compression upgrade? I think the compacting upgrade is the one I want. And then whenever we add these ore chunks, they'll automatically be turned into ore blocks. All right, now we have basic ore doubling. I want to check some of these other quest lines to see where we might have really worthwhile rewards. Oh, here, like a block of iron. Oh, and iron and gold. Okay, so we don't even have to process any iron before we can make the make the squisher, the squeezer. Mechanism gives us an osmium ingot. I'll hold off on that for a second. Railcraft, yeah, I'm not sure which of those I'm going to want, so we'll hold off on that for a second. Steam Age, New Beginnings. Oh, it's modern industrialization. Okay, we'll hold off on that for a second. More copper, I will take that. All right, I think that's everything I want to claim right now. We'll unblock that copper. So we should be able to make the squeezer. 2 planks and 4 sticks. Those sound like things that I have. We'll make a button, and this 3 cobblestone needs to get cooked up because we're going to automate what is supposed to be a manual device. If you have not seen this before, this is super cool, and I do not know... I do not have an original source for where I found this. Like, I've seen it multiple times from multiple people at this point. But the Squeezer is supposed to work that you like... Oh, here, let me grab something to put in it. Grab one of those ore blocks. Iron ore chunk. We put the block in. We stomp on it. We get stuff out. To reset it, it needs a redstone signal, which is why I made a button. All well and good so far. However... pretty much any entity that lands on this will squish it. So... we can do it with armor stands, and the reset will also launch the armor stands up. So you basically can get it to the point where you can do like one block at a time pretty quickly. Do I remember what an armor stand looks like? Yeah, I do. I think 2 of them is good enough. And then when we launch them up, they squish back down. So if I grab another ore block... Yeah... Are we having a keyboard issue, Cyrillic Plays? And then with our ore hammer now, those, what, 8 iron blocks that we had are 56 iron dust. So we're doing pretty good on that front now that we have ore duping. The grind with the gravel is going to be a lot easier. Why am I collecting quest rewards? I said I was going to hold off until I needed them. Now I'm just creating mess for myself. Okay. So with that out of the way... it wants us to upgrade to an iron furnace. That's an easy thing to do. And then we got to follow this side of the quest to get water and lava and ultimately a stone generator. And then we're done with the, like, bootstrap phase of this pack, and we can start diving into all the fun stuff. So let's get working on that. Let's make ourselves a bucket. Do we have water? We have water. Before we use our water, let's turn it into an infinite source block. I know how to play Skyblocks. And I need 2 more. There we go. Infinite source block. Now we have clay. Actually, I am glad that I claimed that bone meal now, because we need it in this step. It wants us to make a clay bucket, which is kind of pointless because I already have a metal bucket from starting the metal processing side of the pack. But fine, we'll make the porcelain bucket, and we need to make a crucible as well. I think we'll just turn all of this... Well, we need 3 for the bucket, 7 for the crucible. The rest we will save. Bucket. Crucible. And those need to get cooked. Do I have enough? I do have enough copper. Let's do this first. Let's upgrade our furnace. And honestly... cook a little bit of iron, and we'll upgrade that to iron tier. Just so we can actually cook things a little more quickly. I think there is a quest for this. A lot of these quests are the same as the past couple of all the mods packs. They've kind of standardized a lot of their quest structure. So I could find a bunch of stuff pretty easily in this quest book. Yeah. Furnace upgrade, block of coal, and once we do an iron furnace, we'll get a couple more upgrades. You can't make a furnace out of andesite, can you? No. Worth a shot. I knew you could make it out of cobbled deep slate, but... Oop, wrong thing. There we go. So I need a little more cobblestone, and I need some glass. Nothing has given me glass as a reward, huh? Logs, chipped logs, vanilla logs. No. I get more glass once I make glass. And I'm not sitting on any sand. I'm not. Alright, we gotta go, collect just a little bit of cobblestone again. Make a little bit of glass. So we can get our furnaces nicely upgraded. We can probably do them to gold tier without a lot of hassle, because we don't have a lot of other use for our gold. Sand. Ooh, fortune. That might be useful. Let's grab a little more. You know what? I'm going to do just one more big batch of collecting stones, I think. So let's swap the keybind one more time. just because it is significantly faster to let it run with the keyboard repeat rate instead of my clicking speed. Because I need a little more cobblestone for a couple more furnaces and some other things like that, so... Cool. Hopefully that gets us up until we can make a cobble gen, and I think it will get us up until we can make a cobble gen at this point. Oh, right. Keybind for interact. All right, and Twitch is telling me it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run that. Did I not actually fix that? I'm going to let Twitch go ahead and run the ad break, and when we come back, we will keep going here. I want to get this furnace upgraded to iron and get a couple more iron furnaces even in place, and that should give us plenty of smelting capacity. And then we'll get a cobble gen going and start to push out of scraping pebbles off the ground and into a real automation pack. I'll see everybody shortly. And we are back. I need to eat something, apparently. Let's do that. And then... That is the wrong drawer, Brandon. Let's try to stay organized. Up here. Like I was saying, I need to make a couple more furnaces, because we are going to get those upgraded very shortly. 1 to iron or copper. And then we have glass now. We have iron somewhere. So we should be able to do iron furnace. Yes. And get a couple of rewards for that. Stone to iron. Somewhere down here, the iron furnaces quest also. Stone to iron. Okay. And if we want, we could push these to silver or even gold, depending on how much silver ore we have and how much it actually takes to do that upgrade. What's a silver furnace? 4 ingots around an iron chest. Oh yeah, we can do that. We don't even need to crush that much. We are going to need more glass, but we should have some glass available as a quest reward now. Now that I've made some initially, yes. Yeah, half a stack of glass. So that should be enough glass for us to upgrade all of our furnaces. Helps if I keep it in my inventory. Copper to silver, copper to iron, and a block of coal. All right. Copper to silver. I need to make another chest to use that copper to iron. Silver to gold and iron to gold when we go up to gold. Okay. I need a little bit more copper if I'm going to do another copper one. That's actually enough. And then for gold, yeah, the gold furnaces are a little bit more expensive. Even going through silver, they take 9 gold. And we just don't have that much yet. Oh, that went flying. Let's get the gold going. We've got enough copper, so we can make one more copper chest or copper furnace. This is going to be way more furnaces than we actually are going to need, almost certainly, but I like to use all the upgrades that the game gives me. So that's where we're at. Golden furnace. And then we've got 2 more iron furnaces that we need to upgrade sort of in place. But those 3 gold ones should be plenty for us to get started with. That's the wrong drawer. Oh, right. I'm an idiot. I guess I could also move this chest so that it's not here in the front of the pig. All right, all of this was in service of these things being quick to smelt, which was maybe a little bit overkill, but it will make our lives a little bit easier. Yeah, much faster. And especially once we start hooking up applied energistics or integrated dynamics or something, whatever I decide I want to do, we will we'll be doing smelting on demand in that automation system, so having fast furnaces, just like an array of them that get fed, you know, maybe the coal pieces, not sure yet exactly how I'll do it, but let's go ahead. Actually, I want to make a stone cutter of all the weird things, I know, but oh, does that not work? Does it have to be stone specifically? Ah, it's not tag based. Okay. Let's grab a little bit of stone then. This is why having these golden furnaces is nice, right? Because, like, I can sit here for 3 things to smelt. And it is so much quicker than a regular furnace would have been. All right, stone cutter. Let's just put that here. The reason I want a stone cutter is I want to put stone slabs up because we're going to be dealing with lava, and I want to not be using wood slabs for lava. So we're going to grab, like, polished and... No, I don't want the polished andesite. It's... Is it the cut andesite? Is this the one I want? Yeah, that one doesn't have, like, too crazy of a texture. That'll work. And the other thing I can make is a construction wand. Because we're in a Skyblock pack. Yeah, well, okay, it's a stick, not a wand. Whatever. And we can also sleep, because it's dark out. Oh, and before I go up there, let's also make a campfire, because we're going to need that, at least temporarily. So... coal, sticks, logs, campfire? Yeah. And some cobblestone. Now I think I have everything we need. Unfortunately, as I was saying, I tend to think in odd centers, and this pig is an even center. So what I think I'm going to do is our builds are going to go off like the sides of the pig, because then I can sort of define arbitrary odd centers off the side of the pig, right? This does not work so well for building a floor. It's actually easier to do without. Yeah, maybe. Okay, no, this is fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 9, so 2 more rows. Cool. 9 by 9. And then in the middle of this, we're going to put the campfire for now. But we're actually going to end up replacing this campfire with lava because, as you can see here, the crucible says rate 2x. And lava is 50% faster. So we'll swap this out with lava as soon as we have lava available. We're going to start that going now. And we're going to leave ourselves a little thing here where we can put the lava. And as you can see, we are safely away from anything over here where we might be doing anything flammable. Because we're going to have exposed lava everywhere. It's a skyblock. That's just how it works. Let's light up some of the top of this, or it will start spawning mobs. I probably do want to think about making a spawning platform somewhere, but when we do that, we're going to do it deliberately. Let's get a couple more torches. And by a couple, I probably mean, like, let's just make a stack of torches. All right, we have torches for days. Is that... No, it is not fully lit. Do we have like a center now? We do. There and there. Now we're lit. Beautiful. Not quite, actually. Ooh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we do it, what? Three, yeah, that's good. So there and there. Oh, but that puts it right here. Ew. All right, we'll do them every 4. Which puts it at, like, the end of the pig. It's fine. It's an ear. The pig has ears now. Wait, did I miscount? 1, 2, 3, 4, torch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, torch. I did miscount. Oh, it's here that I put it in the wrong spot. Okay. And then up here is also going to need to be lit up. Okay. Our pig should be well lit. The interior, apparently not so much. That's actually a problem. Deal with that later. I'm going to come back in here at some point, and it's going to be full of mobs. But porcelain bucket gives me another bucket. And another bucket. Okay, excellent. And it wants me to get a bucket of lava in the porcelain bucket. And I tested this when I was testing the pack before the stream, and if I use a regular bucket, it won't work. Has to be the porcelain bucket. One bucket. There we go. So it's telling me to go ahead and make a stone generator, and we will do that. However, I want to get some more lava going first before I start using my lava for other things. And we're going to want, you know, a couple of buckets more lava in this setup. And again, it's plenty far away from the rest of the pig, so we don't have to worry about flammable things over here. So I think we have a little bit of copper. The question I really need to ask myself getting into things is, what do we want to do for like initial logistics setups? Like, do we... Obviously, we could do some really basic stuff with pipes. But do we need to figure out... Do we set up integrated dynamics? Do we try to go right to AE? Because we do get... Somewhere in here I have sifting outputs. I thought somewhere here I had sifting... Oh, I have it in here. That doesn't belong in there. That belongs in... here. You can get Certus quartz from sifting... I think it's from sifting dust, which we haven't done much of. So... potentially we can just jump right into integrated dynamics. We just have to, when we're getting our earliest like automated sifting setup, we need to make sure that we get dust sifting going. But I think we would need that for any automation system because that's how you get redstone. Yeah, we get Certus quartz from sieving, from sieving sand. Okay. And we get charged Certus quartz from sieving also sand, just with a lower probability. And we get the Certus quartz dust from sieving dust. Okay. So... either one would work. We're gonna have to think about our sieving setups, and we're gonna have to get ourselves a ton of wood pretty quickly when we start doing the sieving setups. All right, and that's going faster now. Oh, interesting. This counts as being 3x, so I only need the one source block in the middle for this whole thing. Technically. All right, that's good to know. I didn't realize that. That will save us some amount of... What are we doing? Cut andesite slabs? Yes. And I'm saving one andesite here because we're actually going to generate andesite. Okay, we got a lava bucket. Let's make ourselves a generator. Stone generator is just cobblestone, glass, water bucket, lava bucket. Which, oh, it's all in my inventory already. We're good. Stone generator, go, done. They give us some sand and gravel. I'll grab those later. Now we want to go set up... Set this up as an actual cobble generator. Really, I want 2 of them. And I can make a second one. Okay, good. I want 2 of them because I also want an andesite generator, because we're using, obviously, andesite as our, like, floor material. So I'll just set up an andesite generator as well as a cobblestone generator. Block generator. Okay, so it is just water and lava over andesite, as opposed to the cobblestone, which is... Where is it? Block generator, lava and water over whatever. So let's get ourselves some more space to work over here. This is going to be the andesite. And this one, it shouldn't matter what's underneath it as long as it's not a special material, but we'll do it there anyway. And then we'll have water on either side of them. Lava in the middle. And I need to go grab water. Are we going down? There it goes. This is going to waterlog, isn't it? So do that, and then this. There we... Oh, good. There we go. So that's making andesite. And then again, make sure it doesn't waterlog. That's making cobblestone. We have cobblestone generator. It only took us an hour and a half. We're going to want both of those to just spit out directly into, like, storage drawers, I think. So let me see. Do I have some? I have some wood. Let's make some more chests. Make some drawers. I don't really want to use storage drawers everywhere, but we will use them certainly for these generators. There we go. Now that we have cobble gens, I can just grab, like, you know, a couple stacks of cobblestone, compress it, smash it, save. We're going to be moving through sieving stuff a lot faster. And the other thing I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to hook this up to these guys to start generating lava for us. And we can do obsidian gen in these as well, but it consumes the source block, just like in normal Minecraft. And it's always going to consume the source block, but we can also do it in other machines that will, I mean, it'll still consume the lava, but it's easier than trying to, like, generate a source block next to one of these generators. And, like, you can do that with AE2, right? Have it materialize the source block, and then it'll be automatically consumed, etc. But I think it's better to not bother. Let's finish out this chapter. We'll get this generator done. That's the sort of last requirement to finish this out. And then I want to start getting... Again, I either want to get into AE2 or I want to get into integrated dynamics because I want, like, a storage terminal. I want to start getting things hooked together. So that's the question that I need to decide is, like, we're going to need AE2 eventually anyway. Do we try to do, like, a primitive AE2 setup initially? How hard is it to make skystone? Oh, you just smelt skystone dust. Okay. Well, we have skystone dust, right? No? We can get skystone dust. I know I saw it when I was looking at something. Yeah, okay, it's dust. It's from sieving dust. So we absolutely can do that. I think for now, maybe we just set some stuff up with pipes. And... I want to get all of the basic sieving automated before we try to do anything, like, too complicated. And that means getting, like, metals coming out of... This is why we built this away from flammable things. Let's hope that slab is sufficient to keep those drawers from burning up. I'm glad it was raining. So in chapter 2 here, this section talks about the flux sieve and the flux hammer. And this will let us, like, start to process all of these things in a somewhat automated way. But I haven't actually used these. This is an add-on mod for Exdeorum, and it has not been in other packs that I've played. So... let's, what is this going to take to make? A bunch of iron. And probably also the flux hammer, a bunch of iron, glass panes, a diamond hammer. All right, so we need to get some diamonds. Let's get ourselves slightly better organized, by which I mean I want to get out of, well, we're not going to get out of chest hell. We're going to be in chest hell for a little while. But let's at the very least get ourselves going through the sophisticated storage chain. And we should be able to get up to at least iron chests, maybe gold chests, especially now that we can do metal processing in something that better resembles bulk. I want to do Blackstone as well, just because there's a quest for that I haven't completed. Well, that's not what I meant to do at all. I wanted the compressed Blackstone, so I can hammer it. There we go. Blackstone quest done. And crushed Blackstone gives us black dye, gunpowder. Oh, ancient debris. Even with a flint mesh, we can pull ancient debris out of this. With iron meshes, it's up to a 4% chance. Okay. So we could potentially get ourselves upgraded to netherite tier stuff without... I mean, it'll be a little bit of a grind, but it's not going to be, like, an impossible grind. And all this cobblestone, I think, goes right upstairs into the cobblegen output. But yeah, let's get into sophisticated storage, and we'll, why are we on fire? Oh, it's thundering and lightning out. Yeah, so if we want to get into sophisticated storage, we just need a bunch of copper and iron, really, and gold. And I'm pretty sure that just means making a bunch of compressed gravel and... Oh, well, that's all of our cobblestone. So, bop. Bop. Hopefully this will get us all of the iron and copper that we need. So we'll get into sophisticated storage. We'll get a couple of at least iron tier, maybe gold tier chests with iron or gold tier upgrades. And that'll get us from like 5 different chests down to like 2 chests that we can think about putting on a storage system. And then the other thing is if we want diamonds, which we're gonna need. What do we need to sieve for diamonds? Oh, it's gravel. Okay. But we need at least iron meshes to start getting them. Okay. Okay. So we need a bunch of iron, is what I'm seeing. Let's see how much iron we can get right now. If we can get ourselves up to... Yeah, and it's not quite going to be enough. Oh no, we have a bunch of iron dust. Yeah, it'll be fine. We have plenty. Perfect. Because we only need 36. And that'll let us upgrade these to iron meshes, and then we'll be able to start pulling diamonds out. So we'd want to do that upgrade before we sieve all of this gravel that I just made. So it's a little bit more efficient. Yeah. And then diamond meshes are just 4 diamonds. All right, that's not bad. And then netherite meshes are... Oh, we have to use it. Okay, so it's the same as any other netherite upgrade. Ah, sorry, I am struggling with clicking and dragging. But task completed iron mesh. For which quest though? Oh, it's probably no. I don't know. I don't know which quest has an iron mesh as part of its thing, so I don't know where to look. I'm curious if I'm going to get more iron meshes as a reward. Quests. Iron mesh. Oh, this is buried in... Oh, Forbidden and Arcanus. Okay. It wants that, and it wants a moss block. Grass seeds? We have enough grass seeds to do that? Yeah. What does that give me as a reward? Oh, just more moss. Okay. We can hold off on that then. When we need moss, we'll get some for free as well from that quest, but otherwise... Okay, iron meshes. I don't think we have enough gold to even think about upgrading them to gold tier. No. Clean out the inventory, and let's start sieving. Diamonds! This is going to take just a couple of minutes to get through all of this gravel, but hopefully this will get us enough raw materials that we can start to get the automated sieving going. I probably also could upgrade to a larger sieving station than just this 3x3. But, like, that's a lot of work, and we're going to have automated sieving set up very shortly. So, feels kind of wasteful. All right, 40 more times. The other advantage of the smaller sieve is that pretty much everything pops out in grabbing distance of me, so we're not spewing a ton of stuff on the floor that I have to worry about despawning or whatever. "20 more times. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done. We almost lost some emeralds there. We got 11 diamonds out of that, which is not a lot of diamonds, but it is some diamonds. But more importantly, we got here, what I should be doing. What do I even want to put? All right, I'll put these in here for now. Anything that's not compressible. And then everything compressible pulls out into my inventory. And sweet. Yeah, ton of iron, ton of gold, ton of copper. Cool, cool, cool. We are golden. We are running low on our mining hammer, aren't we? Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I have a bunch of iron dust. Let's do we have nickel? We do have nickel. Okay. Let's get some nickel. Because this is an all the mods pack. There we go. We can make Invar, and we will use that for a new ore hammer because the copper one is nearly dead. The other question is, do we want everything to be oak, or do we want to get another tree going for our... Maybe cherry? Maybe we go, maybe we go pink on pink, use cherry chests in the pig. Let's make ourselves a iron axe. Once we have the sieving set up like fully passive, I'm going to be totally comfortable just making everything out of diamond. But I want us to get to the point where it's pretty much passive before I start throwing diamonds around willy-nilly. Because we are going to need diamonds to build some of the infrastructure that we need, right? All right, that's all that mattered. I just wanted to hit some of that with a crook to make sure we got saplings back. that made a mess all over my base. Oh, I need some cobblestone too. So we're just going to set up sophisticated storage for everything. And then the chests from, or the drawers from passive generation will just get hooked onto the same storage bus, whether that's going to be... whether that's going to be AE or... is it not? Oh, redstone torch, not a lever. Different mod packs, different versions of recipes. I'm glad I didn't make a ton of levers. Redstone torch. We might not have very much redstone yet. We might have to sieve some dust and get some redstone. Did we get any? We got none. All right. We did get a bunch more crap that we need to throw into... let's get enough cobblestone that we can get this up to a 2x compress. Whatever that ends up being. And it would help if I had my mining hammer, but we need to come down here anyway. I keep saying mining hammer. It's not really a mining hammer. It's just a hammer. Now we should be able to get some redstone out of this. There we go. Perfect. Now we've got redstone torch. Now we've got planks. There we go. Chest. Do we get any rewards for that? No. Well, nothing immediate. Upgrade it to copper. Yeah, and then to iron, and then to gold. So we are going to need to make a little bit more copper and a little bit more gold. We do have plenty of iron. Apparently I can't count. Yeah, and that is why we made this invar, because I knew that that ore hammer was going to die. And iron, oh, in my inventory. Iron. while that's all going, I'm going to make at least one more basic chest. What are all of the upgrades that it gives us? That's a basic to copper. And this one gives us a basic to iron. And this one gives us an iron to gold. So we're going to end up with... I think I need 3 basic chests. Or 4, I guess, in total. And then we'll be able to upgrade a lot of these sort of all the way up the chain. We got 11 diamonds. Okay, so we could upgrade all the way up to diamond chests, to 2 diamond chests, if we're willing to use, like, this many of our diamonds. And I think I do want to do that. So we should end up with, like, 2 diamond chests and 2 gold chests. I think. And then upgrade to diamond. And give us the diamond upgrade. Cool. So that's 2 diamond chests, and then I'm going to have to manually kind of level the other ones up because we don't get any more bonus stuff as rewards. But this... Actually, I want this to be on this side. What's in here? A bunch of crap. All right, well, it's going to be a mess briefly. The other thing we have to do, obviously, is stack upgrades. But hopefully we can fit everything in this one chest now. Especially once we get stack upgrades, it won't be a problem. Although right now, very few things have more than 1 stack. Some of these things we're going to want to pull out into their own systems that have, like, automatic compacting for the ore chunks and things like that. But that's really going to be part of the sieving system, not part of the bulk storage. Like, I think the compacting needs to be part of the, like, passive generation system. Cool. Everything fits. Awesome. Except I also threw all my tools in there. So we should be able to get these guys up to gold tier, but they will not go up to diamond because I don't have enough diamonds right now. Let's see. Do we have enough gold? We've got 11, 12, 13, but we have a bunch of gold ore. So yes, I just have to do a couple of processing steps. And it is ad break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water while the ad break runs. I encourage everyone else to do the same. When we come back, I think now that I can see all my stuff and can search it, and I don't have to go through a million chests, we want to start getting into one of the logistics systems, and we want to start getting more passive generation set up than just cobblestone. So those are the goals when we're back from the ad break. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate everyone sticking around through the break. Yeah, we can clean up all of this. Be careful that we don't vein mine the chests that we care about. These two chests... Gold chests for now. We'll go right here. And then both of these guys need, like, gold tier stack upgrades at some point. But for now, nothing is actually stacking that high. So it's just not that big of a deal. So if we look at the quest book, I think the thing to do... Well, now that we have bulk storage, this is what we're going to do first, is we're going to click the Collect All Rewards button. And we're going to get inundated with so much crap. And then that will have unlocked additional rewards, because that's how it always works. Oh, good, we got a bunch of upgrade bases. That's actually really useful. And there's some that won't collect because they're either random or like this one doesn't collect for some reason. It doesn't collect in the non-Skyblock all the mods either. Honey bottle, ooh. And this one, let's take steel in case we need a little bit of steel. All right, so we're caught up on all the quest rewards now. We got a bunch of crap in our inventory that we're going to have to sort through at some point. We have enough flint to slay a god. But, right, what are we trying to do? We want to get basic automatic sifting set up. So I think we're going to do pipes. And what we want to do with pipes initially is I just want to get my cobble gen feeding the lava gen, and then I want the lava gen feeding this magmatic generator that it wants me to build as part of the quest. And then we'll need energy pipes to feed a flux hammer and a flux sieve. And then obviously also cobblestone into the flux hammer and flux sieve. That, I think, will be enough for us to start getting like actual passive resource generation going. And then we'll migrate a bunch of the outputs of sieving gravel. If we look at like the gravel sieving, wherever it is here, all of these things that are currently in storage here, we will want to pull out of this and throw up into that storage, and that'll free up some space here. And then what we're going to end up with is we'll end up with a chest. Doesn't actually have to be a big chest. It just has to have a stack upgrade and compression upgrade in it. But we'll end up with some kind of sophisticated storage chest with just stacks and stacks of ore blocks. And then we will go from there to, you know, further processing later on. It probably shouldn't be a chest long-term. Well, long-term it should be like an AE2 partitioned cell or something like that, so that I can make sure that every possible output has its own home, and then we just set that up with voids, and then we're just constantly running cobble into the system. Although at that point, we'll have gears, so maybe we care less about that by then. All right, so that's the plan. Let's make this generator so that we actually finish out chapter 1 in the quest book. It's just a little bit of glass, a little bit of redstone, a little bit of gold. It's easy. And then we will we'll make some pipes. We'll get power running, and then we'll see what needs to happen after that. All right, we need to make a little bit more gold. It does like to fly. It'll be nice when this is no longer our primary way of... Oh, I had enough. It was all in my inventory. Oh well. It'll be nice when that is no longer our primary ore duplication system, but for now it is. Cobblestone. Let me find some of this stuff that we have, like... that really shouldn't be in here. I think all the little stones and stuff are just going to live in here for now. A bunch of that stuff I should probably just throw away because we're probably mostly past the point where we need it. I'm gonna crush both of these down to sand, I think, or down to dust. We'll just get maybe a little more redstone out of this. Maybe not. But mostly just trying to clear out things from the inventory that don't really need to be in my inventory. All right, and that's a mechanism generator that it wants me to make. Is it not a mechanism generator? Or does it just not have the words generator in it? Magnetic generator. Oh, it's not. No, recipes by Cube.js. Oh, generator galore. It's not a mechanism one. Oh, redstone. Redstone. Now, can we do this? We could find the 1x. There we go. And, oh, bunch of rewards. Break all those down. All right, on to chapter 2, the cool parts. Well, first, we have some things to do. First things first, we want to do... Let's get into pipes. We'll make a pipe wrench, or a pipes wrench. And then we'll need to make, yeah, some item pipes and fluid pipes. Which I think are all easy enough. Pipe wrench. And then a couple of droppers to make item pipes. And fluid. Oh, I'm out of iron again. All right. No, we're gonna have to... That should be enough for now. I think, well, I should also make some energy pipes. Let's do those too. Let's get them all done. Energy pipes are, ooh, blocks of redstone. Yikes. Do I have 18 redstone? No, I have 8 redstone. Okay. Let's set up everything then except for the energy portion of this, and then we'll go from there. So this is going to pull here. Cool. And now these all have cobblestone on them. That worked easily. And then all of that will feed you with in. And that appears to be making lava faster than this generator can pull it, even when this generator is, you know, its buffer is empty. So this is as fast as it's ever going to suck lava down. Awesome. We have power. Free energy. So the next thing to do, well, one, this energy cube, which came powered. But I guess we'll just do like that, and then energy pipe in, and then energy pipe from the cube to the rest of the system, and that'll be our power buffer. Sure. The rest of the system, quote unquote, right now is really just going to be one flux hammer and one flux sieve. I'm thinking ahead a little bit here, but I want to make for the output of the system. Yeah, we need 2 upgrades. For the output of our first sieving system, I want an iron chest because we're gonna want a compressor upgrade, compression upgrade, whatever it's called. This one, compacting upgrade. And this will automatically compact all of the ore chunks into their ore blocks for us. And then after that, we'll also want a stack upgrade because I'm sure that we'll be getting stacks and stacks of ore blocks. However, oh, you know what? No, we're not going to do that. We're just going to put that away. We'll do 7. Woohoo! Maybe I should fill in that that gap there. Maybe that would be a smart thing to do. Am I going to? No. But it would be smart. Let's see if we can get enough redstone here for our... Well, we need to make the energy pipes, and then we're certainly going to need a little bit of redstone for other things. So we're just going to run a bunch of dust through the system. Eventually, we will have, like, automatic dust filtering, you know, same as we're doing for cobblestone or for gravel. We'll also do for sand, and we'll also do for dust, and all that's just going to dump into a big chest. Short term, it's all going to dump into a big chest. Long term, there will be other things to do with it, but... $40 more cycles. 39. I see some redstone floating around near me, so hopefully that means that we'll get enough for the things we need to do. And we're really close to having all of this, like, automated at a super primitive level. The other thing we could do, well, maybe we use the compacting drawer for now, at least for gravel, because it gets us one inventory. Because we're still manually moving around. We don't have automation on what we're going to be doing with any outputs of this yet. Even just getting a place where I can grab a bunch of ore blocks and manually shove them into this, like, is going to make our lives super easy, because we're not going to be manually sieving anymore. That's the real buff, is not having to do the sieving. How do we do on redstone? We did great on redstone. So, energy pipe, iron, and redstone. Okay, we should just be able to do that. No, we need more iron ingots. Do I not have... They're in here, aren't they? I was going to say, I thought I made more ingots. I think we also need to put a stack upgrade in this. It is starting to overflow. So, energy pipe, output from here. Does this have a specific output face? I hope not. And then this isn't, we're not going to see this fill because it came filled as a quest reward. But once we start draining, we should see the system pulling power. Let's put a stack upgrade in here if we can. Obviously, we're not getting up to diamond tier, but we should be able to do a gold tier stack upgrade. 18 plus 6, 24. Plus 12 iron, plus 24 copper. Okay. Oh, we have plenty of gold. So that's good. We have the iron. We just need a little bit more copper, which we're going to have to process. That should be plenty for... Whoops. Plenty for now. Do I even have a pickaxe in my inventory? Let's make ourselves an iron pickaxe. That's an upgrade. Oh, well. Also mildly wasteful, but I don't have Silk Touch, so whatever. Bunch of copper. We only need a little bit of copper to do what we need to do here. And then the other thing we need to do is we actually need to make the flux hammer and the flux sieve. It wants us to just make a hopper first. We might have to get more iron going once we start getting through building all these machines. But again, that's pretty straightforward for us at this point, so... what am I looking for? I'm looking for a chest. I knew I had regular chests somewhere. So hopper first for the quest. And then a flux hammer. Yeah, that's a lot of iron. And... oh, diamond, yeah, diamond hammer. I knew that. Flux hammer. And the flux sieve, oh, needs a whole bunch more iron. Yeah, okay. Because we're going to need it for the flux sieve, plus we're going to need it for upgrading... we need it for the stack upgrade for this, and we need it for the stack upgrade for upstairs. Because we really are going to want 2 stack upgrades, which means we really are going to want more gold. Excuse me? Oh, I missed a step. Logs. Now those go into 2 of these. And now we need a bunch of iron that we don't have. We're going to need even more, aren't we? But this is why I like to go through the copper first, because copper ends up being... you end up with so much copper. And it's very easy to just... use some copper to save some iron early on. All right, tier 4 stack upgrade should be... Or sorry, tier 3 stack upgrade. Yeah, that saved us a bunch. And that should be more than enough for most of what we have in here. Like, what's our actual limit? 512? Yeah, so even, like, the worst offenders like Flint are at only 230. And a bunch of that is stuff that's going to come out to ore processing once we have ore processing set up, so... Let's see, if we check storage quests... Oh, there's no quest for doing the stack upgrades. Okay, doesn't matter. And then this upgrade is for this chest for the output of our hammering and sieving system. Bars. We're not quite going to have enough iron dust here. Shoot. That's fine. We have more. Oh, right here even. And in the middle, oh, it just needs a sieve. Let's get that built. Because that is easy. Gonna need the pipe wrench, put it with my tools. Oh, I never claimed our bonus energy pipes. Do I need to launch a rocket here as well? I don't think so. The overall goal is, it should be here somewhere. Do we have an all the mods star? There it is. We have an all the mods star. This is the end game. Starting to make the stars lets us make like creative tier equipment, and at that point you've won. But one star is the end game. That's so far out that I'm really not even thinking about it, though. If I'm being honest, I'm just trying to get basic resource generation up and running. Am I... Oh, another hopper. Did I have a hopper that I tossed in here? Or did it get used in the flux hammer? Oh, yeah, that used the hopper. Okay. Jeez. Oh. No, wait. I still have some in my crafting grid. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. I thought I was out of iron again, and I was going to have to make more. I will be if I do that by accident, though. Flux sieve. Good. Oh, and the other thing I wanted was a compacting upgrade, which needs 4 pistons. Okay, I can do pistons. Cobblestone, iron. Well, maybe I can do pistons. Yes. Some cobble. We'll need a little bit more cobble. Redstone. Have some planks. Let's grab logs in case we need them. Because I do want a compacting upgrade as well, so it'll automatically start turning the raw ore chunks into... yeah, these iron ore chunks are what are going to come out of the sieving. And then we need to compact those into the iron ore. Only played vanilla with my nephew a long time ago. We got nowhere. He could get distracted easily. Yeah. I mean, that is the joy of Minecraft, is you can kind of get distracted and do whatever you want. But modded Minecraft is a whole... Oh, it's not nighttime enough yet for me to sleep. Modded Minecraft is a whole thing, right? And I've been playing Minecraft in various modded forms for a long time now. I don't even know when I started. What am I looking for? That's raw beef. That's steak. That's what I'm looking for. So I need to make a few pistons for the compacting upgrade, and then I think I can set up the sieving the way that I wanted to set it up. Oh, I didn't bring the... Oh, you got bedrock. Yep. Yeah, Microsoft really pushes bedrock. If you're not paying attention, I think it's really easy to end up in bedrock. And, like, bedrock has mods, but really it has, like, a storefront, and it's all monetized and microtransaction-y and kind of a pain, right? I needed the upgrade base. That's what I was missing. Compacting upgrade. All right. That should be everything we need to start getting this going. Wait, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot because the flux sieve outputs from its bottom is what the quest said, and I was about to put it on top of a regular chest, and I won't be able to open the chest. I need to make a barrel instead of a chest. Which means if I need to get it up to iron tier again... It's Friday, good day to be an idiot. Every day is a good day to be an idiot, is something that I have learned. My inventory is quickly turning into an absolute catastrophe, but that is just modded Minecraft. All right, cherry barrel, and then upgrade to copper, and then upgrade to iron. This will do what we want it to do now. That's the whole reason barrels exist, is so you can have a chest that you can get into when you can't get to the top. So now we should be able to do like barrel. Let's do this further to the end. Doesn't really matter, but like this is our cobble, and this is power, so... And then the sieve goes on top. And that is precisely backwards. All right, and then I just have to power them. That's not quite what I meant to do, but it'll work. Oh boy, the auto place is really not helping out today. And then output power. And these have still no power. Does this only output on certain faces? Is that the issue? Side config, top output. Front input. Yeah, it is exactly backwards. All right. That's pushing power now. Yes, to both machines. They're running. We're spitting out gravel. It's not ending up in this chest. Oh, do I need a hopper? Does this just not actually auto output? That's probably it. That's fine. I can put a hopper in. Is there a... Yeah, there is a hopper upgrade. So maybe we do that. That means we have to upgrade this to gold so that it has a third upgrade slot. I don't know if it's faster than... I mean, maybe I just want to put an item pipe in. Let's just do that, Brandon. That's easy. All right, so all that hemming and hawing about having to make a barrel because the thing was going to be on top of it doesn't matter because now it's not on top of it anymore. But... will this work? No, missing inventory on output side, it says. Missing inventory on... okay, so it doesn't like this. Sophisticated barrel as an inventory? An inventory beneath it. Oh, I didn't put a mesh in it. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's actually complaining about the mesh. There we go. Now machine is working. Okay, got it. Figured it out. Compacting upgrade, stack upgrade. And what we should see is once we get enough of any given ore chunk in here, it will turn that into an ore block. So, cool. Now I want to go down to here and pull out anything that can come from gravel. Not easily. All right. Iron, copper, tin, lead. Well, first of all, let's grab the easier stuff. Let's grab clay. Let's grab flint. Iron. Copper. Silver, I know, is one. Tin. Lapis, nickel, aluminum, lead. Lapis. Do we have nickel somewhere? Maybe. Lead. Nickel. You know what? Let's do this. We filter for ore chunk. We've got osmium, platinum, and zinc. Do any of these come from gravel? Zinc comes from gravel. Done. Platinum does not come from gravel. It only comes from deep slate. All right. Osmium does come from gravel. Done. Uranium definitely does not. So that should be everything that will come into this barrel naturally. Hey, and it worked. We got a copper thingy there. Oh, this also makes, yeah, crimsite and some other stuff. Viridium, is it all of those materials? Let's look at... If I look at the iron mesh, can I do it from here? We can. Yeah. Kiwi, azurine, viridium, crimsite, emeralds and diamonds as well need to go into here. And amethyst. All right, so it's all the create material blocks plus kiwi, crimsite, azurine, ochrum, amethyst, kiwi. And there was one other thing, wasn't there? Oh, well, diamonds and emeralds. Yeah. Oh, viridium. That's what I want. The viridium. Okay. All of this goes in here. And we should be able now... Well, I could make this... What does it take to get this up to a tier 2 compacting upgrade? 3 redstone, gold, diamond. Do I want it to go to a tier 2 compacting upgrade, though? Because that's going to, like, compact the diamonds and the emeralds and stuff. We might actually just want this as a tier 1 upgrade. And it might be nice to get a couple of speed upgrades into this system because I want, well, yeah. I need enough diamonds. I need 3 more diamonds so we can upgrade this to a diamond mesh, and that will also help our yields, but speed upgrades would be good too. Oh, and it gives me 2 diamond upgrades. Okay. So a bunch of glass, cyan terracotta specifically, green dye, and a gold ingot. Oh, and a diamond upgrade is 3 gold upgrades. All right, so I need to make 3 gold upgrades, convert that to a diamond upgrade, and then it gives me 2 more diamond upgrades. That's fine, except I don't really have an easy way to make cyan terracotta, so I think that's the only thing that's weird in these. Yeah, and green dye, but I mean, 1 second. We can do green dye. There's green dye. All right, this is good. This looks like it's fully buffered. As far as power is going, we're making enough power, obviously. I don't know what the actual power draw of this thing is, but it's not a lot. And then the compressing is doing the compressing things. Cool. So that's all of our basic metals, like, running passively now, which means that we can start to think about other things. Really, the question remains, do we go with applied energistics or do we go with integrated dynamics? I do like integrated dynamics, but I know we're going to need applied energistics long term. So I'm inclined to try to just go for it. If it turns out we don't actually have all right, apparently we want an engineer's hammer here to make iron plates, and we're going to need those to get into this, and then we need to make an inscriber, which is just a couple of pistons. Okay. Like, the early machines aren't bad, and probably this is filling me with a false sense of confidence. Pistons, right. Some cobblestone, some wood, some redstone. I should really put a, well, I don't want to put a crafting upgrade in there because I know I'm going to try to get a storage system hooked up to it soon. So there's no sense making the crafting upgrade. And then sticks and string, and we make an engineer hammer from IE. And we can use that to make plate? Yes. Let's take the inscriber upstairs because it needs to be on our power system. And I don't feel like running power all the way down into the pig right now. That's one of the sentences of all time. All right, we got to make all the inscriber presses. Well, it says make one, but we need to make them all. So we're going to need what? For the calculation press, we need skystone. Yeah, these are all going to have their own, like, materials. So charged certus, diamond, gold, silicon. And also silicon? Oh, the name press isn't a thing. So yeah, we need charged certus, we need a diamond, we need gold, and we need a silicon. We have charged certus. I don't have gold. Do we have a diamond in here? We do. So I just need a gold ingot, and we should be able to make everything. Because we'll get silicon as a reward from this quest. So. And yes, long term, we're going to need a bunch more inscribers and other things, but... Oh, I also need the skystone dust. Which we should have some of, yeah. We're going to have to get dust sieving going for more skystone dust and more certus quartz eventually. Oh, it worked. Engineering press. Done. Calculation press. And we might hit a wall on resources, and if we do, then we're going to bounce off of AE, and we'll try integrated dynamics instead for our early automation, but hopefully we're good. There should be... Do we have an applied energistics? We do. We have an AE chapter. Oh, and we need a charger. Do we have everything in our inventory for that? We do. There we go. Now we can start to push through the AE2 quest tiers here. We will need an energy acceptor. We'll deal with that momentarily. Yeah, we need to make fluix so we can start to make cables. So maybe we will start doing all of this. Yeah, nether quartz, charged certus quartz, and redstone together in a pool of water will give you a fluix crystal, which you can turn to dust in an inscriber. Okay. And then we use those to make ME cables. And then we'll be able to start getting, you know, there should be storage interfaces around. We have to get the creation and destruction, or whatever they're called, cards. Somewhere around here. We will find it. But yeah, we'll do that when we're back from the ad break. We'll push into all the AE2 bootstrapping stuff, and hopefully we can get a little bit of a storage network set up. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you hanging around through the break. All right, back to applied energistics. Let's get... We need one of each processor. All right. And this is just a bunch of steps. Yeah. This is going to be a bunch of steps in the processor, in the grab more gold. Do we have more Certus? We have a little bit. We only have 2 that are charged, so we're going to have to work on that. And then, oh, we also need to make some Fluix. Let's do Fluix, because I'm right here. Because Fluix is a nether quartz, a charged Certus quartz, and a redstone. All into water together. And let the magic happen. Fluix. And then turn that into dust in an inscriber. And then basic cabling. So ME glass cable. Yeah, the base is a quartz fiber and 2 Fluix crystals. A quartz fiber is glass and Certus dust. All right, back down to crafting land. Because we do have glass and we do have Certus dust. So we can make quartz and then Fluix cable. Oh, and that's all you need for the... Okay. The other 2 are optional, and we're going to leave them optional for now. AE2 channels, I'm not going to worry about that. Now that we have cabling... We want to do... Well, we want to store a couple of storage buses, right? Which is pistons and an ME interface. That's fine. The ME interface is going to be a pain because now we have to make the annihilation cores and the formation cores, which are going to need processors. Logic processor. We need to make one of each for... Plus, we need to make a crafting terminal, right? So, yeah, let's start working on the processors. And we're just handcrafting a bunch of this right now. So printed silicon is just silicon in the silicon press. Okay. And then the printed logic circuit is a logic press and a gold ingot. And I imagine the other processors are similar. Calculation circuit is Certus quartz. Engineering is... Ooh, diamond. Okay, those are going to be tougher. I think I have everything I need, though. So... Let's do the logic processor first. Gold into a logic press. And then We're going to need silicon in a silicon press. And we're going to do all 4 of these because we're going to need one of these for every processor that we make. Okay. And then those go in with... Actually, let's do the other base processors first. So Certus Quartz with a calculation press. And then hopefully we have a diamond. We have a diamond. With the engineering press. Now we drop each of these logic circuits in turn. We should get the complete processors. There we go. 3 processors. And for the ME terminal, all right, we do need formation and annihilation cores just for the terminal. So we're going to have to start working on those. Formation core is a logic processor, Fluix dust, and Certus quartz crystal. Charged Certus quartz crystal? All right. We need to charge some more Certus quartz is what I'm seeing. Ah! How? My question is how? Is it because the slab on top here is not really a full slab? Is it because the front are not really full? Like, how is this catching fire? I don't want to deal with this. I want to work on applied energistics. All right. Formation core. And then we're going to need another logic processor. We're going to need silicon as well because we're pretty much out. I'm assuming it's actually this. We got the formation cores. We need annihilation cores. Yeah. And then another logic processor and an illuminated panel, which is easy enough as long as I can make quartz glass, which I can. But for another logic processor, I'm gonna need silicon, which we get from cooking Certus quartz dust or cooking quartz blend. Okay. Which is sand and some other stuff. We can do that, but it's effort, and Certus quartz dust is kind of free. So... because we're going to need more logic processors for, like, every step of this. So logic processor, formation core, annihilation core. And then the illuminated panel is 3 quartz glass, glowstone, redstone, glowstone, iron. All right. Glowstone, I hope we have. Yes. Glass, we have. So quartz glass. Unfortunately, those come in groups of 3. Bright illuminated panel, dark illuminated panel. That's the one we need. The other 2 are spares. My inventory is getting awful. We're so close to having very, very initial AE2 stuff, though. Oh, I need another logic processor. Right. So, silicon press with the silicon we just made. And this is very slow. Obviously, like putting acceleration cards and stuff in here would help a lot, but still early on. And then if we make this covered cable... Okay, it's just wool. Okay, we can do that. Do I remember why you want to do the covered cable? Okay, it's literally the same. So no. We don't care. Cool. Logic press with... Ooh, not that many. And we are going to want to make a bunch more Fluix cable, but we're going to have to make a bunch more Fluix crystals for that. Now all of this goes together, and we'll start making some more logic processors. Once we have one of them, though, we should be able to make a ME terminal. Yes. And then to upgrade that to a crafting terminal, we need a calculation processor, which we have, and a crafting table, which I should have in storage. Do crafting terminal. Done. And on the other side, we need to get a storage bus, because the storage bus is what's actually going to hook up to our bulk storage and our other bits and pieces around the base. So for that, we will, well, we start with ME interface, right? Which is formation core, annihilation core, glass, and iron. Actually, can we just do that right now? Yes, done. Technique known as subnetting, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I am aware of subnetting. We will talk about it when we... Yeah, we have input and export buses, which we do care about, but right now the thing we really care about is the storage bus, which is just a couple of pistons. And, oh, redstone is probably still upstairs in the press. Or the inscriber, rather. Yes. And then... 2 pistons plus an ME interface makes an ME storage bus. And if we drop that storage bus right here with some cable on it, and then put our crafting terminal, I mean, really, well, the problem is it's an even center. But, like, we almost want the crafting terminal right here, right? Because then we're in, like, the control center of the pig. For now, we'll do it here. Out of power. Oh, yeah. That's a thing. That is definitely gonna be a thing. Let's make a bunch more Fluix, and we'll make a bunch more glass cable. Because we have to run this all the way up to power now, which is going to be fun. So that should be coming out of the pig right here. Yeah. Do I want to run this cable all the way over to the pit, all the way over to power, or do I just run energy pipes over to where the Fluix is? We're eventually going to want the Fluix cable. The problem is we'll use a thicker cable at that point. Well, let's see how many energy pipes we have left, and we'll meet in the middle. What do we need for an energy acceptor? More quartz glass, copper, and iron. We can do that. And energy pipes. Nope. Try again. The automatic placement is not quite as helpful as it could be for the pipes. I think because it tries to judge it based on, like, where the cursor is relative to the whole block, not relative to the subpart that is the pipe. Anyway, that should be power to the A2 system. Maybe. Yeah. All right. Well, that was a lot of work. But we have a terminal. We can search our storage. We are going to need to push... We've got, what, 2 channels going right now? At some point, we will have to, obviously, switch over to dense cable, and at some point, I will need to deal with this situation. Let's just deal with that situation. I'm going to encase the lava in full blocks instead of... slabs, and we're going to hope that that fixes the issue. It's uglier, but if it stops my base from catching on fire, then it does the job. Sweet. Doing anything else with AE2 beyond this is, well, it would be nice to make enough Fluix cable, and I know that I just put this energy pipe here, but it would be nice to have an inventory accessor on this barrel, right? So we can access everything coming out of this system from down below. So if we want to do that, all of this needs to move, and then this cable needs to go across and like behind the back there. The advantage of that is that we also can easily hook up power here because we've got power there. Yeah, let's do that. Let's grab a stack of andesite here. I also am going to have to start thinking about food. I'm almost out of the free food that the quest book gave me. Okay. So yeah, making the Fluix glass cable. Is there no better way to make... All right, we need a reaction chamber from Advanced AE. And doing that is Fluix dust, glowstone, a matter condenser, which actually isn't that bad, and what? A vibration chamber, which is also not that bad. All right. I think that's what we do, and then we can convert much more quickly. So let's go with, what are we doing here? We want to make Fluix crystals. We're going to do them in a reaction chamber. Bookmark you. Bookmark you. Bookmark you. And bookmark you. Okay. And hopefully in here, a lot of this stuff we can just, like, do. Oh, we're out of glass, of all things. Okay. And then the energy acceptor is not happy because we don't have quartz glass either. Vibration chamber, and then the reaction chamber itself. Oh, we need a little bit more Fluix dust. Okay. Do we have more Fluix itself that I can turn into dust? Yes. And then as far as getting glass, it is just, we will hammer down some, hammer down some, cobblestone to sand. Eventually, this will be a thing that should happen automatically, and we should just have sand available to us, but it's not happening right now. Cool. That'll give us plenty of both glass, and then we'll need to turn a little bit of that into the quartz glass. All right, matter condenser done. The energy acceptor needs quartz glass. Oh, and we need more iron. Okay. Ugh. And this is why I want to hook that chest up to the ME system. Because coming up here to grab some iron to process it down is going to get real tiresome real quickly. And if we can even set up, like, get AE2 auto-crafting going so that, like, these guys are properly fueled and running, like, off of the system, that would be even better. But then we're really going to be pushing into, like, we're going to be pushing up against channel limits, and we will have to make an ME controller for that. And that's just a lot more work. All right, energy acceptor. And then the vibration chamber. Well, we're going to need a furnace. Sure, we'll use blackstone. Why not? And one more iron. I think it was 4. These gold furnaces are fast, but not as fast as I would like. Vibration chamber. And we need... Oh, we need one more fluix dust again. Shoot. Okay. Thought I... Oh, probably I didn't account for the matter condenser using one. I don't know. But we will get this going. And then with the reaction chamber, we'll be able to make... Yeah. Charged Certus quartz, redstone, into fluix. Ooh, this needs water to do that, though. I mean, I can just add a couple of buckets of water myself. Because it's like half a stack of each of these per bucket of water, so it's actually quite a bit of yield from just one craft in that machine. If I put this here, it should get power. I'm hoping it gets power from the fluix system. Now the other problem is that we need to be able to put in enough redstone, and that recipe takes 16, right? That's the so we need 16 charged Certus quartz, 16 redstone, and 16 nether quartz. And we have no charged Certus quartz, so we're gonna go charge a bunch of Certus quartz. And then I guess we're gonna have to sieve a bunch of dust. I just want to make sure that this is like big enough that we're not going to have stuff fall off the edge when we're charging. The random time that this takes is really something. All right, 16 of those. And then we need a little more redstone and a little bit more nether quartz, which is... I want to make sure we're sieving the right things. Oh, crushed netherrack gives quite a bit of it, actually. Oh, and that's the only way to do it. Okay, it's not from... I literally don't know what else I can do to try to stop these from lighting on fire. Like... This is now fully encased. I could put slabs on top. All right, let's see how much netherrack we have. Otherwise, we might have to figure out netherrack generation. All right, hopefully enough to get the quartz we need. We got 5 more. Is that enough? I think so. No, it's not. All right. So we are going to need to figure out how to make more netherrack. Cool. And then the last part of this is redstone, and we do need 3 more redstone. Redstone is just dust, though. So that I do know we can definitely get. Ooh, well, maybe we actually do have enough nether quartz. Oh, and we got a bunch of... Cool, we got a bunch of redstone, too. Never mind. We've got everything we need. Insufficient power. Why? Do I need to put you on the power cable directly instead of on the Fluix network? Maybe that's the issue. Let's take you up here. There it goes. Okay, yep, that's the issue. Oh, and this thing is just... This uses a lot of power. All right. Well, unfortunately, I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. I think we're going to have to keep using the basic recipe. Oh, it's not. It's a quartz fiber. That's the one. It is not raining hard enough to sleep, unfortunately. But... Oh, before I hook that up, let's also make another Emmy. Let's figure out what we need for another... what's it called? In AE2, storage bus. Which needs an ME interface, which is going to need... Yeah, we're probably going to need to make more circuits. But we'll see. We got a bunch of ME stuff as quest rewards, so... If we can... No, we're going to need more glass. Well, we should have glass available, and iron. Yep. So we just need an annihilation core, which needs... Oh, nether... I just used all my nether quartz. I turned it all into Fluix. Alright, we're gonna hope we get lucky. And that we can pull another quartz from these 7. And no. Okay. That means we are gonna need a netherrack generator if we want nether quartz. Alright, what do we need for a netherrack generator? Combine witch water with lava in a barrel to make netherrack. Okay. You can also do it with 2 lavas over a netherrack. Oh, if I hadn't just used my last lava, we could have set this up very easy. Or my last netherrack, we could have set that up easy. All right, let's figure out which water then. That's fine. I've been putting that off for a while anyway. We're gonna need this. We're gonna need mycelium seeds. We're gonna need our andesite tiles. We're gonna want our... we need a little bit of dirt. Let's do it over on this side. And that's just going to fill up with water because it's raining, and that should just make witch water for us. And I didn't grab a bucket, which is the other thing we need. While that's going, let's prep by making another stone generator. I need a lava bucket and a water bucket. Okay. I just emptied that water bucket. But if we get ourselves a stone generator, we should be able to... It looked like we can make netherrack in this. If we're over netherrack with lava on both sides, we make more netherrack. Yeah. So we need 2 buckets of lava and we need 1 netherrack because, of course. Oh, and I probably need a barrel that isn't flammable since I have to make it with lava first. Do those exist? Yes, you can make a stone barrel. Cool. All right, yep, and that's converting, 85% progress. I left my buckets in the crafting terminal. And then once we have our first netherrack, it goes right into another stone generator like those, which means I need one more thing. I need a drawer, and we do have some. I also need some kind of food. What do we got? Anything good here? We have a poisonous potato. We have 3 potatoes. I might need to just very briefly take a second and set up a little wheat farm and cook myself a bunch of bread. You know what helps is making a hoe. All right. There we go. Red. Crisis averted. We have food again. So, making witch water plus lava. And this bucket is filled up with regular water, so I need to empty it. I feel like it's been raining a ton. Like, all stream it's been raining. And I guess I could have turned the weather cycle off, but whatever. All right, so lava plus witch water made blackstone. Excuse me? Did I, misread the quest? Witch water plus lava makes netherrack. Lava plus witch water makes blackstone. Ah. Aha. Understood. Order of operations matters. Oh, wait for this witch water to be done. I could make a little witch water farm that, like, pumps water into these guys and then scoots it around. But it seems like netherrack is easy to generate once we have the once we have it started. So I'm not gonna be too worried about it. Come on. All right. Let's make sure we do this right. Witch water first, and then lava. Gets his netherrack. Okay. Now, to set up a netherrack gen, let's make ourselves a bunch more andesite slabs. And grab our stick. Ooh, which is running out. But hopefully will get us through getting this generator set up. because we want... I mean, it's going to go like right here, right? Right next to these ones. Can I actually rely on the same... I mean, sure, why not, right? We... throw that there. Except... it's gotta be, like... there. Nope. One more time. We gotta put the netherrack on the bottom. And then we need another block of lava. And then we fully enclose the lava. And we put a thing on top, because apparently we have to do that. I don't think this one has to be the double, though. I think it can be a low slab. I don't know if that looks better, but I think we can do it. All right, cool. We have a netherrack gen now. Hammer. Compress. And I better have some nether quartz. Good. Do I remember what I needed this nether quartz for? Absolutely not. We were making a storage bus. Which, okay, yeah, we got to craft pistons. Which we don't have redstone for. Jeez, okay. But then the ME interface needs an annihilation core. Ah, okay. ME interface. And then the pistons need redstone, which, fine, we'll get more redstone. We really do need to set up the other sieving, like, the rest of these machines for, the other processes, like sand and dust, are just this with a couple more crushers and flux hammers in front of them. So it's not terribly difficult for us to get those set up. Make a couple more iron meshes and, what, 1, 2, plus 3, 5 more flux hammers? I mean, 5 flux hammers is going to be a pain. But then we would have a source of, like, redstone and whatever else. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. The time flies by. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend you all do the same. And when we are back from the ad, we are going to finish, well, initially just getting the output of our first sieve into the ME system. But then we will also want to set up the next set of sieves for sand and dust. And that should get us access to all the basic passive resources. And then we can start looking at better generation methods, because the sieves are pretty slow. I'll see everyone in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go get this storage bus hooked up. I did go ahead and finish crafting it during the break, because it seemed like, I mean, we've made one already. It was not that exciting to finish the craft. So, hopefully we have enough Bluix cable here. How do I want to route this? Maybe we don't even go into the pig in this direction. Maybe we come out of the pig here instead. Yeah, and then we just come around the edge here. We're going to have 2 more of these barrels doing the other, again, the sand and the dust sieving when we get that set up. Storage interface here. All right, so we'll do these at like -10. And then that should mean that any of the stuff that is in here... Ooh, Amethyst is getting... I don't know if I need to block... Amethyst blocks or amethyst crystals if I don't want it to turn it into... All right, that seems like it's working. It's not recompacting that. If I take this out... No, I'm not sure if it's working or not. Oh, we'll check it later. It's fine. But we should be able to now see if we head down into... Oh, wait, we need to put power back on the ME system. That would help, too. How do I want to do that here? Sure. That works. Now if I check for, like, amethyst, yeah, we can see 94 amethyst. And if we check for, like, iron, look at that. We've got a bunch of iron ore available to us. So now I can, like, pull out the iron ore and go do my thing over there to start processing it. And as we get more auto crafting going, obviously that processing will be more complete. But I also don't think it's worth necessarily setting up full auto crafting, because we do want to start looking into gears. Because, like, if these work like Amethyst or Certus, then AE2 growth accelerators hooked up to them seems like a very simple, easy way to start getting a farm with those going. And the nice thing with the gears is that we're generating the specific resources that we care about, right? Right now with the sieving, we're just kind of passively getting a little bit of everything. And that's going to be more than we want. Okay. Yeah, let's get another couple of flux sieves done. Because now that we have this set up, oh, we're going to need a bunch of iron. Yeah. Ooh, and we're going to want to make more Invar as well, because we are running low on that. Cool. We'll just, we will squeeze some iron ore while we're waiting for the Invar hammer to be ready. Obviously, eventually all of this will be automatic, right? And like for every ingot type, we'll have all these different stages of ore processing just set up in AE2 for us already. And we just say, we want 5 ingots, and the auto crafting does the whole darn thing. We're a little ways away from that still. Oh, whoops, we missed some nickel too. That's fine. Invar hammer. And then lots of iron. Throw the nickel dust in there. Oh, I briefly confused myself there. I was like, didn't I move all the coal upstairs? What's it doing showing in this interface? And I did move it all upstairs. And it's working as intended. Because we just hooked up that storage interface. Okay. So we're making a ton of iron. See, that's not what I want. I want this to go back into this storage. Oh yeah, so these should be higher. And then we pull anything that's in here that ends up in other storage. We use that. Yeah. I just had this storage priority backwards. And then we also should, yeah, unfortunately, we can't set the filters. There's too many different items in here. So if we want to set the filter, we need a capacity card. Is that the one? What do we need for you? A charged Certus crystal and a basic card, which is a calculation processor and some other stuff. All right. We will look into that. I don't think it's urgent. Well, the problem is if that's a high priority, then yeah, everything's going to get shoved into it right now. Okay. I think what we do is we do mark it as high priority, but for now we also mark it extract only. And then once we throw a capacity card in it, we can hopefully fully filter it to everything that needs to be filtered. I'm actually going to take this compacting upgrade out for a little bit, because I want this to accumulate. I want it to have ore chunks for each of the, like, what am I trying to say? I want it to have both the ore chunk and the ore block when I set up the filters. That's the words that I was trying to say. All right, so if we want a capacity card, basic card, we need a calculation processor, which means we need calculation circuits, which are Certus crystals. I don't think charged ones, I think just regular ones. Yeah, just regular ones. We need our calculation press. And then we also need the silicon press. And we need to make some more silicon, which is just Certus quartz dust. And then a couple of capacity cards, and we'll be able to set a filter on that system. And that will make me feel significantly better. Meanwhile, two flux sieves. Flux hammer is going to be the hard part for this because we're going to need, yeah, lots of And what did I use? Did I use an iron barrel or a gold barrel? I already can't remember. It's an iron barrel with a gold stack upgrade. Okay. Probably doesn't actually matter, but just for the sake of consistency. We want 2 more iron barrels then, and we're going to want 2 more storage buses, which is also going to be mildly expensive for us right now. Oh, really? Was that my last redstone? Don't say that. Oh. Okay. And we're not even to being able to do dust. If I got one more diamond, we can do dust sieving automatically. Oh, and I still haven't hooked cobblestone up to the system either. Jeez. That's the other thing that needs storage buses, is cobblestone, andesite, and all the generators need to be on the storage bus as well. So we're going to need 5 storage storage buses. That's going to be expensive. 2 more here, and then so far 3 over here in generation land. What do I need for a flux upgrade here? A bunch of glass, gold, green dye, and cyan terracotta. That's going to be the annoying part. Maybe not. What do I need for cyan dye? Green dye and blue dye? I have lapis. And then terracotta is just baking clay blocks, right? So I just need a little bit of dust for that. It is so nice to have, like, a proper ME system, I gotta say. I'm doing like 3 things at once here, which I know is not super easy to follow. But there's just a bunch of little things that need to be done, so we're trying to get them all done. We're going to let that press make a bunch of the silicon things that I need. We're making terracotta so that I can make the gold upgrades here. And actually, we'll do a diamond tier. Oh, no, we won't, because we don't have diamonds. But we'll at least get some gold upgrades into the system. And hopefully that'll help us start to acquire diamonds faster. That's this guy. Oh, I used all my green dye. Shoot. I'm an idiot. I turned it all into blue dye plus yellow dye. Or bake a cactus. Do I have any yellow? I do have some yellow dye. All right. All right. Crisis averted. If I want a fourth one of these, I need a little bit more glass. Which... I mean, sure. And then I think I can put 2 into each machine, and the whole thing will just be a lot faster. I don't know how much faster. 2 of them, items will be processed at 4 instead of 2. So twice as... No, 4 times as fast. For each of these. Getting that many of those for every machine in the other chains is going to take a lot longer, obviously. But we're just trying to get... Again, we need to get some more diamonds, really, is the thing. And maybe the next time I have 4 diamonds, I should upgrade this to diamond sieving. Maybe. So if I want one more flux hammer so that we're doing... Yeah, we have none of the things we need. All right, 2 blocks iron. Copper. I think for glass panes, we're going to need to make more glass. Yeah. Yeah, we only have 1 glass. All right, what do I need for this capacity card? We need gold. Oh, and we need redstone. Yeah, so I need to go sieve a bunch of dust is what I'm seeing here, because I need redstone in a couple of different places. Ugh. All right. So I think this has everything in its inventory right now. Obviously not being compacted because I got rid of the compactor upgrade. But Kiwi tiles, I don't think those come from... No. Those were just loot that I accidentally threw in here. Yeah, other than a diamond, I believe this has everything that it's going to have in it, so we can set up the AE2 filter. But first, we do need the capacity upgrades. Just grabbing these printed calculation circuits and some cobblestone. I lost my bread again. I think I keep throwing it in the, yeah. Okay. Cobblestone, let's get our hammer. This guy. Let's throw a bunch of that stuff into storage. Let's throw our tools on the ground. That's an important part of this process. And this should get us, well, hopefully enough redstone to get everything else hooked up. We're still waiting on enough diamonds to start to get if we get one more diamond, we can do dust first before we even do sand, and I think that's what we will want to do, is get all the stuff that can be processed with dust in the system, because dust includes like redstone and glowstone and things that we need for AE2 components, and also Certus quartz dust, I think. So getting the dust processing going is a worthwhile endeavor. And then once we have that, hopefully we'll have sand too soon. But dust seems worth doing first. Just a few more clicks through the sieve. We probably could have saved time at this point by building the bigger sieve, but oh well. It doesn't take that long. And like, keeping this painful for myself is a good way to encourage me to make sure everything gets automated properly. So, we are doing a capacity card. I'm actually going to need a bunch of these, but... Alright, so for the calculation processor, we have some calculation circuits, we have the silicon, and we have redstone. And all of this can go up top here. And let that run. That should make 4 of those. So we should be able to make 4 capacity cards. All right, we need to make another iron barrel and another tier 3 stack upgrade as well. So we'll get those going. Actually, we need to make 2 iron barrels and 2 tier 3 stack upgrades. Okay. So now... let me grab my compacting upgrade again, because we're going to want that back. In here, if we throw a couple of... Yeah, I think 2. Yeah, because we need that many rows. Now we can set you to bidirectional, and your priority is correct. So now if I put, like, ore blocks back in, this will be able to do the right thing with them. And we could throw the compacting upgrade back in, and it should slowly recompact itself. I don't know how it actually works. Ooh, was gold ore not in the list? Fixed. See, copper ore and copper ore chunks, iron ore chunks. I mean, worst case, this is set to filter on insertion only, so, like, that just means that some of these things might end up in general storage instead of coming back into here. Okay. We need 3 more flux hammers, which is gonna be expansive. That means that I need some more sand to turn into glass, to make glass panes. All right. This is now stupid amounts of sand. Stupid amounts of sand. Do I have a... Yeah, okay. Let's just for the sake of getting ourselves organized here. We'll make more glass panes. There we go. So now, if we do flux hammers... what are we missing in the middle? Oh, diamond, yeah. We need 3 of these. Iron blocks. Whoop, we need more iron. Okay. You know, compared to the amount of mining that I would be doing in a, like, more traditional pack, this occasional foray into smashing ore blocks. Okay, and now we have to check, did those end up back in the right place in storage? And has anything else ended up in that storage? I want to make sure I got the AE2 stuff configured right. Hey, they ended up back in here. Oh, I see what's happening. I don't think we want to do that. Shoot. Let's throw that in there. I think that was the issue, is we were making Kiwi tiles with the compacting upgrade. Oh, but are they on the wrong... Sorry, one more thing to check. We don't want them on the storage bus for this. We want, yeah, just the regular Kiwi, and it is. Okay, so that part's fine. It's just that the compactor was compacting something that I didn't want it to compact. Yeah, okay, we need a bunch of iron before it'll let me even make the... What's in here? Oh yeah, glass. There's nothing in these ones, right? No. One. We need a second one of those, and then we need one more iron block. And then I think we have everything we need. So that'll be sand, and then 2 more hammers for dust. Sweet. Now we need our what? It's going to be cherry barrel. Oh, let's just do that. That's easy. 2 of those. Upgrade them to... Do we do copper or do we just go right to iron? I feel like at this point we can actually just go right to iron. Like, why not? And then we'll want to put stack upgrades in these and maybe compacting upgrades in them as well. But for now, we'll just get them like going here and here. And the last thing we need is 2 more ME storage buses, which is gonna be pricey. We actually need a lot more than 2 ME storage buses, but like... That's the... Oh, right. Cobble's not on the network yet. Have to bring another stack of cobblestone down. Cobble will be on the network soon. Once we have sand and gravel sieving going consistently, and we have like redstone available and stuff like that without having to think about it. We will all right. Formation core, we can make. All right. And the interface then, we can make, just one. Because somehow we ended up with an odd number of cores. Whatever, we have the stuff. It doesn't matter. We're good. How did we end up with an odd number of offset number of formation and annihilation cores? I don't know. I legitimately don't know. And I'm initially just going to set these to extract only. Nope. Try again. And did I forget to grab power cables and item pipes? Absolutely I did. Energy pipes and item pipes. All right, these are starting to run. And then these guys are going to need their meshes. And I swear if I have to get string, I'm going to be so disappointed. Good. And iron meshes. Oh, really? Really? Oh, I have a bunch of... Okay. Never mind. Problem solved. If I could click like a normal human being, my problem would be solved. All right, machine is working. Machine is working. Everything's charging kind of on the slow side. This energy pipe is kind of at its limit. We might need to upgrade these pipes that are responsible for running everything. Although it seems like everything is charging. Might just take a while for the system to catch up while everything charges. But yeah, look at that. We're starting to get sieving outputs on everything. Obviously, we're going to need stack upgrades and possibly compacting upgrades on these. Yeah, because these have all the Zirconium gems, so those will compact. And if we look at dust, not the best way to get to this, but what else goes in there? Iron nuggets, salt, sulfur, gunpowder. So nuggies, salt, sulfur, gunpowder. And then I'm going to have to grab the rest of the stuff that goes in here afterwards because we're already starting to, my poor inventory is full. How many flavors of this are there? 5? All right. So we do have all of the flavors in here. We need Grains of Infinity, Skystone, Glowstone, and Redstone. And I think that's everything that goes in there. Blaze powder and arcane crystals. And do any of these compact in a 2x2 that I need to disallow? Does glowstone? Yeah, glowstone becomes glowstone. All right, so other than needing to block glowstone compacting when we set up the compacting upgrade, I think that one's fine. Because I think we do want the Zirconium to compact. I mean, why not? So glowstone is the only thing we have to disallow. So yeah, let's get a tier 3 stack upgrade and another compacting upgrade into this machine. Let's set the filter, because I believe it has everything in it that it's going to have. I need the cards for that. I did make them, I just don't have them on me. And then we'll figure out the same thing for sand. So for a compacting upgrade, what do we need? We need a bunch of pistons. I don't have iron. Ugh. Whoa! Okay, yeah, we might need to figure out Yeah, this is sitting at max FE. So this just can't get power out of itself fast enough. We did end up with a pipe upgrade somewhere, I thought. From loot? Maybe not. All right. So if we want to make a basic pipe upgrade, we need iron nuggets, iron bars, a little bit of redstone, and some iron nuggets, and those are both going to be, well, no, we have one redstone in here still, somehow. And I don't think we're going to have iron nuggets in here, because I think I moved them all upstairs. So hopefully we do have a few iron nuggets. We have one iron nugget. All right, well, we're doing things the old-fashioned way for a second until we can figure out power again. It seems like the issue is with getting the power out of the generator, though. Am I, like, an idiot and I didn't configure the generator correctly and it's just never been actually outputting? Surely not. I mean, possibly. And no, it runs. It goes up and down. So I think it is just the pipe isn't necessarily moving fast enough. Nuggets and a basic upgrade, and I'm hoping if I drop this where we're trying to get oh, there we go. Does it tell me like how much this moves per tick? It doesn't. Let's just throw this advanced upgrade. 256 FE a tick. There we go. Actually, I want to pull those upgrades out and swap them. Because we want the battery to be able to output, like, high current bursts, and then this to slowly top it up. All right, it's ad break o'clock again. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and hopefully we'll be able to finish getting everything like onto the FE system the way I wanted. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I checked during the break. We actually don't, I think, want the Zycraft gems compacted because there's no use for the compacted ones. And I don't really care about saving storage space by compacting them. It's just about their usefulness, right? So if we check this, okay, we still have more than... Oh, there's a capacity card there. That shouldn't be in there. Cool, perfect. There's 17 items. And if we check... Dust sieving with iron mesh, yeah, there's 17 items. So we don't need to add a capacity upgrade to this interface. Ever, actually, even by the time we're up to netherite. Cool. And then probably with sand, if we check sand sieving with an iron mesh, I also don't think we want to compact any of this. So we can also just put this one on the allow list if it has all 12 of its items. If I can see the interface, there's 11 items there. What's missing that it needs to bring in still? Iron nuggets are in there. I see both kinds of prismarine. I see flint, certus, dead bush, black quartz, cactus sea pickles. Is it fluorite? Is that what we're missing? No, we've got that. Let's see. Dead bush, kelp, certus, prismarine, iron, flint. Nine, 10, 11. Oh, is it just 11? Did I just miscount? Am I just an idiot? No, there's 12 here. So there is something that's missing. I'm just blind and I can't figure it out. Oh, probably the charged certus. Yes, there's no charged certus in here. Okay. Let me see if I have... Oh, actually, I can just charge one. Just so I can set it on the filter. There we go. And yeah, these guys don't need capacity cards because we're not compacting anything in them. So we're not, like, doubling up their... whatever. I should probably also... Like, legitimately, I have no idea how or why anything here is still catching on fire. It's driving me nuts. We probably also want to do a setup for netherite that's identical to the first, setup for stone, right? Because we're going to have just one crushing and sieving step, and that'll make sure that we're... Or not netherite. Well, that might be how we get netherite. But for nether rack. Yeah, the crushed nether rack. Because we can sieve that, and it is not how we get netherite. But it gives us a collection of things. We are going to want to put a compacting upgrade on this one, because it gives us blackstone and basalt pebbles that we really don't want. Interestingly, upgrading to the diamond mesh and the netherite mesh actually removes things from the filter list, presumably because, yeah, we just can't get the spores anymore, which are kind of just a pain at the current tier, so possibly we will go right to diamond meshes for that. Can we upgrade to diamond meshes for everybody? Oh, we absolutely can just upgrade to diamond meshes for everybody. Okay. We should do that then. Oh, we gotta go through gold meshes first. And I'll need to double check that all of our filters are still good with diamond versus iron. So yeah, if we look at sand, 12 items to 12 items, but they're different 12 items. We lose some things and we gain some things. So we lost sea pickles, which I can't say I'm that sad about. We probably also lost, like, dead bushes. Yeah. We lost sea pickles and dead bushes, and we gained all the modium nuggets and uraninite. There's uraninite. And then for the dust, the problem is that dust is just such a common word. Does it actually change? I don't think it actually changes. I see 16 things there versus 17 things here. We lose iron ingots. Okay, that's fine. Because I think we'll still potentially generate those in here. So we'll just take those out of this filter. That's right? All but... yeah, that is the right number of items, at least. Oh, and then if we go netherite, we start to get iron nuggets again. Weird. But... yeah, this guy... we're gonna start to get uraninite, and we might get small numbers of all the modium ingots out of this, which would be super cool. And then this one, I don't even know. If we check gravel sieving up to diamond tier. Is it the same? They both show 21 things. I see flint and coal, amethyst in both of them. Flint, coal, amethyst in both of them. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's the same. I think it's the same yield with diamond tier here. And then when we go up to netherite, we lose flint. Okay. Cool. So yeah, other than potentially getting all the modium ingots into this one, I believe everyone's filters are set correctly. And everyone should be set to bi-directional with a priority of 10. All right. So we want to set up another one of these guys, but with... How the heck do I get ancient debris? That's a question. I know I saw it in the sieving. Crushed blackstone. Okay. And how do we generate blackstone? Oh, we have to do it with the witch water. Okay. Or we rely on the fact that we're going to be generating blackstone nuggets as part of crushing netherrack, sorry. And that might be good enough for our blackstone generation. So then we just have to pull, like... I mean, we could probably do it with a filtered pipe of some sort, right? But we're going to end up with blackstone pebbles in our netherrack output chest. So here, let's what do we need as far as upgrades on all of these guys? They probably all just need like diamond stack upgrades now. Yeah, neither of these have stack upgrades at all. This one only has a gold. So let's make 3 diamond stack upgrades and boy, those are expensive. That's a lot of diamonds. We don't quite have that many diamonds. Okay, let's make a couple more gold stack upgrades, and when we have some more diamonds, we'll do it. Oh, we have no copper. Oh, we have a bunch of copper that we haven't actually processed yet. Good. That is not going to be enough, though, so let's go ahead and do this thing. We're going to have to do this with gold, too. I could probably set this up with, like, a redstone clock and a hopper. I would still have to stand next to it to pick up all the crap that it sprays everywhere, though, because it's not really... The right thing to do is to switch to the mechanical squeezer and, like, start to think about how that's going to be integrated into auto-crafting or something, but that's effort. Ooh. Shoot. Okay. Also, yeah, I forget how platinum gets made. That's a thing. Deep slate. Okay. Yeah, we don't have deep slate sieving running yet either. Yeah, this makes a bunch of the same stuff that we already make from sieving gravel. The only thing we really get out of deep slate, I mean, is osmium new? No, we also get it from gravel. I think it's just platinum. Which makes me disinclined to want to really invest in, getting deep slate automation going. All right, and we're going to need some iron to go with the nickel. Fortunately, we do have a bunch of nickel dust. We just... Awesome. That should be plenty of Invar. And then the rest of this mining hammer will go towards some more copper. Oh. I didn't even know this was sitting here still, running iron. Okay. So, if we start with the tier 1 stack upgrades, we need 2 of those. Tier 2 stack upgrades are going to need a bunch of copper. There's one of them. Tier 3. Come on, figure it out. Tier 4. Yeah, we're missing gold. All right, 1 tier 3. Invar hammer. And then we can just crush the rest of this copper. And iron tier. And... Oop, we need more gold. All right. It's always something. That should be plenty. Yeah. Plenty. But we can go ahead and drop off the first of these up here, just so it does start to get a little more organized. This honestly doesn't need one yet, so we'll start with this one. There we go. That's what I want to see. Some of these stacks are getting dangerously close to 512, so we might have to actually upgrade all the way to diamond on this one. We need just a couple of more gold ingots. One more, I think. Now, there we go. And then for diamond, there we go. So now I can drop this, hopefully in the first one, replacing the gold upgrade. Please? Yes. And then we'll throw the gold upgrade in here, even though this is not anywhere close to actually starting to need such things. We're going to want to put speed upgrades in all of the flux hammers here. The only ones that are upgraded so far is this this first set, which is the only reason we have as many diamonds as we do. I think the only real basic materials, the only real basic material that's left is doing netherrack sieving to get nether quartz. All right, diamond mesh, a flux sieve. It's going to need lots of things. And we're out of iron again. Yeah, we really need iron to be a little bit slightly more automated, I guess. Oh, we have half a stack that just didn't get cooked. Okay, good. The flux hammer is going to have some similar requirements. We need Glass panes. Should have plenty of glass, though. Yep. And a diamond mining hammer. And then we just need 2... Well, there we go. There's our 2 hoppers. Make a couple extras. Why not? Well, why not is because we're going to run out of iron here. But... coal. There we go. So, flux sieve wise. Three, 4. And then we need an oops, you know what? We're not using that. Really, we shouldn't be using it at all anymore. So I will be fine if we don't have it. And then a flux hammer. Good. And then a redstone torch. Of all the silly things. And a barrel. The output of the crushed netherrack is what? All right, we do want to compact this because we're going to get blackstone pebbles as well as... Yeah, even with the diamond mesh, we still get blackstone pebbles, so we want to compact this. Does nether quartz compact into 2x2? Yes. So we want to block quartz on the compactor. And magma creams, do those also compact? Yes, we want to block magma creams on the compactor. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Did I not make a redstone torch? All right, iron barrel. Do I still have any upgrade templates? I do have one. All right. So compacting upgrade, we're going to need pistons. And that's it. Except we are going to need to block some of this stuff from compacting. We want our pipes. We're going to want to make another... We're going to want to make another storage bus, but we don't need that right away. As far as just getting the... Whoops, the system set up. Apparently I made an extra barrel. I also need to... That is a lot of wheat seeds. Deal with that later. Barrel, flux sieve, flux hammer, item pipe out of, ooh boy. I'm going to assume that if there's a pipe out the top of this, that it will behave itself. I don't know if that's true, but we're going to assume it. And then we need to bring power over. I need the pipe wrench to set up that output. There we go. These guys should have power. They do. There we go. Mesh in place. Crushed netherrack. Doing its thing. Sweet. Let's see. Nether quartz is going to come out of there. Magma is going to come out of there. What else is going to come out of that with a diamond sieve? Gunpowder and blaze powder. All right. Although I think that's already coming from a different one. Like, I think I already centralized that. Yeah, because it happens in dust, as does blaze powder. Okay. So I should have already moved all the gunpowder and the blaze powder out of this chest. Yeah. Can I configure this? Like, no, I have to put it in first. Block, nether quartz, magma cream. Go hog wild. Well, really, maybe what I actually want to do is this one. Allow blackstone and nothing else. Oh, shit. The worst part is I voted for those goddamn things. I have my regrets. All right, crisis averted. Is this compacting? Do I have to allow both? I don't actually know if this works on... Oh, here we go. Compact anything. That's probably what I wanted. There it goes. Oh no! We just made a bunch of polished blackstone. Allow blackstone pebble. Don't allow blackstone. Well, we have some polished blackstone. That'll get put to good use in the base eventually, I'm sure. It's not just going to sit in my ME system for the rest of eternity, never to be touched. So, we've got the 3 processed levels of cobble all hooked up to the ME system. We need a ton of upgrades for our sieves, but like I don't even want to think about how much gold I have to process to make those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times 3. So we need 33 if we want them all at full speed. And I don't think my power can handle that, by the way. But that would be 33 diamond upgrades, which is 99 gold up. Oh, so it's only 99 ingots. That's not bad. The harder part will be like getting 198 cyan terracotta and 98 green dye and whatever, 500 glass. It's actually not an atrocious amount of materials to gather if I sort of actually decide I care about it and make it a priority. All right, so this buffer is slowly refilling. Yeah. Which is good. The generator is not completely overwhelmed yet. We want to get this onto the ME system, and I mean, it would be nice to have all of the, like, core stone generators on the ME system as well, so that we're making, so we have netherrack and cobble and andesite available, though that's not really as necessary. It's just that sometimes you need stone. The big thing is getting this into the system because I want nether quartz, right? And then when we do blackstone crushing, that's going to have to pull from here somehow. And I'm going to have to find a spot where I can squeeze in another crushing setup for the blackstone. Can I even do that with pipes? Yeah, filter destination. Need an advanced upgrade. You can add filters. Okay. So yeah, we need an advanced pipe upgrade. And then we can filter it to just pull the blackstone out of this and feed it into another set of hammer and sieve, and that'll be 35 hammers, or 35 total hammers and sieves, each that needs 3 diamond upgrades for this thing to be fully done. I think we get a couple of those as loot, technically. Yeah. If I get 1 diamond upgrade, we get 2 spares, which is enough to fully upgrade 1 machine, so I still have to do 34 machines fully. And we currently have 4 gold upgrades done. So yeah, I have to make 133 diamond upgrades if I want to upgrade all my sieves. And again, power couldn't handle it, so we're not going to do that. Even running what we're running at 2 ticks of upgrade is probably more than we actually need as far as our resource production. Like, we have a stack of diamonds. I should probably just give myself diamond armor at this point. I guess the other thing I haven't figured out is obsidian, which, like, can we make a... Yeah, we can totally make a sink. Okay. Let's make a sink. Because I think I can get obsidian gen going as well. Oh. Well then. That's not how that works. Oh, fortunately I do have some undyed terracotta. Okay. Because this is an infinite water source. And then... storage drawer. And... what? Oh, I need a stone generator thing. Yeah. Oh, which needs buckets of lava and water. Yeah. Water. And this should... No, I don't want it a stone generator. That's the wrong... Never mind. We're not doing it that way, Brandon. Because the stone generator requires the lava and water to be, like, in the world. And that's not what I want. We're going to do it in a barrel, which... That's not my ME system. Yeah, we have this stone barrel. So I think I actually have everything I need. Item pipe, fluid pipe. We shouldn't need energy pipes. Let's, and then we'll just shove it into a drawer using an item pipe. So, if we put our barrel here, storage drawer in front of it, item pipe. Oh, I don't have the wrench. I put it away. I'm so aggressive about clearing my inventory because it's constantly a hassle if I don't. So, bonk. Water source. Sure. Bonk and bonk. Good. And then here... Maybe the lava needs to go in. I mean, if the lava needs to go in first, it's going to be really hard to do this consistently. So we might have to switch this over to generating source blocks somehow. Okay. So I can do it by hand. Maybe that's the best we're going to get. Oh, and I just drained all my lava, so I need to be really careful about doing that. So maybe we just call it manual for now. And, like, we have a sink here, which is fine. And then we can make as much obsidian as we need that way. Maybe there's a better recipe. Because, yeah, you really can't automate these barrel fluid recipes, can you? And, like, you could do it with a block generator, but you need to be able to put the lava, spit out the lava source blocks for it to actually do it. New Mattercraft fluid mixer looks like it would do the right thing. Oratech has a machine that just straight up turns a bucket of lava into 2 obsidian. How deep into Oratech is this? Nickel, steel, magnetic coils. This actually doesn't seem atrocious. Could we just do this? It's possible that we could just do this. But for now, I can make as much obsidian as I need. And that's really what matters. Do I have... No. Do we have... 1 sugarcane? Okay. Are we not trampling farmland anymore? Oh, it's thundering out. All right, cool. I need 1 more. I need to be able to leave it here. We're definitely going to need to automate sugarcane in a better way, because that's not acceptable. Oh, I also just straight up have no peaceful mobs yet, so I can't even make a book. I was going to make an enchanting table now that I have obsidian, but, like, no. That's just not happening right now. Here, let's just collect all of our rewards. What do we get? Fluid pipe, wheat seeds, some pork chops, a couple of logic processors. That's nice. We will want to think about other power generation sooner than later. The generator that we've got going is whatever. All right. So, like, Oratech is an option, because I think we can get that chiller and make an obsidian gen. I don't know if that's urgent, but, like, it would be nice to just have an obsidian gen. I'm assuming that just going to the nether would be pointless, although we could do it. But I can't imagine that it would do anything useful for us. Oop. shoot. Let's make a diamond pickaxe. I'm assuming the nether is also a sky. They usually are. Let's find out. Let's see if we spawn in the middle of the sky and fall to our dooms. Yep, that is, oh. There are still... Is that a nether fortress? Oh, the quote-unquote cinematic camera on Zoom. I need to fix that setting in this pack. I didn't change that yet. That does appear to be a nether fortress. I don't see anything on this side. There we go, the nether. You might notice a lack of nether within the nether. Hope you didn't forget you're playing a Skyblock. Find nether fortresses, or even just spawn platforms for mobs to spawn. Dreadful dirt works in the nether. Nether fortresses are untouched, same loot, blah, blah, blah. They have more spawns since there's nowhere else mobs can spawn, yeah. So we will want to do that, but, like, we're not prepared for that. I have no armor on and anything like that. That's why I wanted to get an enchanter. But I can't make... books without leather. We do have apotheosis. So maybe the thing to do is... build a mob farm, which I probably should have done a long time ago. Oh, look, there's a whole mob farm section down here. Because then we could just set up, like, we probably have everything we need to make mob mashers now. Yeah, we can do this. Not easily, but with relative comfort. And a couple of mob mashers and a couple of fans in a dark room is all that we need. So, and we have amethyst, so we can make tinted glass. And that should start to give us mob drops, and then absolute worst case, we can probably get leather from, like, yeah, milling down mob drops. Do we have a cutting board in this? No, but at least we can convert rotten flesh. Oh, we do have the cutting board. Cool. So yeah, any, like, leather gear that we get from mob drops, we can cut down. So maybe that's the easiest. Well, we do also have gateways. What do I need for this? Oh, I have to just fight a mob. Okay. Because that'll give us the gateway, and then we can get ourselves a nice, once we have some passive mobs, we can start breeding them and set up a mob farm. My pig is very lopsided. I need to build the second wing over here, and then our flying pig will have its appropriate 2 wings. That wasn't really intentional when I started doing this. It's just where stuff ended up, but I like that the flying pig now has wings. It makes me happy. Okay, I think this is going to be a good place to call it for today. Like, this is awesome having all of the base, cobblestone-based materials feeding in, and it's all hooked up to the ME system. So we are in good shape. We've got tons of ores. We need to get ore processing figured out, and there's going to be some other things like that. But yeah, next time I think we do need to figure out a little bit of a mob farm. Maybe we just start trying to get auto crafting going on AE2, and we rely on that for ore processing, and then we can just like request a stack of ingots and it'll go off and make 500 ingots for us, right? That's the easy way to do it, and it's the way we probably should do it. But yeah, that's definitely next time stuff. Thanks very much, everybody, for watching. Ooh, fell down a hole. I really appreciate it. And I'll be back next week with the usual Factorio. Just needed a little Factorio break and wanted to do something different on a Friday. This was fun. It's been a while since I played a Minecraft mod pack that has had like this much progression this quickly. Like for 6 hours. I know this doesn't look like a lot of infrastructure built, but like we're in applied energistics at 6 hours into a mod pack. I'm pretty happy about that. Like we're passiving all of our ores at 6 hours in. We're in great shape. All right, I'll see everybody next time. Thanks again.